in court saw that widely publicized video of Diddy beating up Cassie in the hotel hallway. And then Cassie, one of the other things Cassie said in the letter to the judge was that it wasn't until that video came out that Combs finally took accountability for what he did to her. Cassie said prior to that, Sean had denied any physical violence with her. And then once the world saw that video, he actually apologized and said that it wasn't him. Another thing he tells the judge in his letter is that he's been able to be drug and alcohol free for the 13 months he has been in jail. It's been like a substance abuse program for him, and he's never been alcohol and drug free prior to that. Another thing that he told the judge, I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. So again, in this 4-page letter that he sent to the judge, he's taking responsibility. But Cassie, one of the star witnesses for the prosecution and his former girlfriend, said to the judge in her own letter, no, he's not. He's not sorry. He needs to be held accountable. She wants him to spend more time in prison. Again, the prosecution asking for 11 plus years. Diddy's own lawyers and Diddy saying that he deserves to be out of jail now. He served 13 months. They only want him to serve 14. Again, we're awaiting word from inside the court where we have 2 reporters to find out exactly what's going on, but we believe that Combs will address the court, and we know that there will be an 11-minute video of him shown to the judge. The judge weighing what prosecutors want against what Combs' defense team wants. Combs learning his sentence. Outside federal court in Lower Manhattan, I'm Julie Walker. Stay with apnews.com and our AP app for more information on the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing.
So right now, everybody is locked in. They're waiting. It's people outside playing Diddy's music. It's been crazy out there. They didn't kick one dude out already. He in there cussing up a storm, yelling at people. I'm like, man, it has been nuts. People have camped out and slept for 48 hours outside of the courthouse. And I know what you're thinking. Diddy paid them. No, these people are just there. Everybody got their phones out. Everybody's on the gram. Got their stories trending. It's nuts. Yeah, it's really nuts right now. Yeah, Diddy wrote a heartfelt letter to the judge. Saying, like, basically, you know, I'm not a nice man, but I've changed. Like, this stuff is like 20, 30 years ago. It wasn't like he was doing all this craziness back then. Yeah, everybody's in the courtroom now. The lawyers came in. The marshal brings out some paper books, all this stuff. The lawyers are now talking to each other. Mark and Filio is talking to Alexandria Shapiro, and they with Nicole Westmoreland. The prosecutors are seated at the front table. Of course, there's no Maureen Comey. She's not there anymore. So they say, all right, we're ready to proceed. They bring Diddy in. He's in a white shirt. He got some papers on the table. He leaned back and blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother, Brian Steele, standing next to him, whispering in his ear, and it is showtime. It is showtime for the Diddy man. Yeah. Thank you, man. I mean, somebody got to be unbiased right now. I feel there's too much nonsense going on. We need some unbiasedness in the process. This never should have come to light. Like y'all need to realize that this man has been like violated. It's like they have completely violated this man on like almost every stand. He said, facts, you and Sean G are the only one with common sense. I know. And you see what they've done to Sean G? Right? That man used to have like 10,000, 4,000 people watching him. They dropped that dude down to like 100,000 people. I mean, like 1,000 views, everything. You know why they did that? Because he was effective. So the prosecution went after him too. When you're effective, people are affected by your effectiveness. They're jealous of it. They don't want it to stand. And overall, they just want you gone. That's the overall picture. The overall message is they want you out. Yeah, they tried to get him kicked out, but Teaser Tails is the one out here doxing federal people. She's reading their real names on her live video. He shows that, and they saying he's the one doing it. That just lets you know it's a dirty game. We start getting views, they want to block our reach. Anybody saying anything that makes sense, let's block their reach. Let's knock them out of their position. We can't have all those people around. There's people being arrested outside of the Diddy trial. They've been getting arrested all last night. They were making some people just go home. Like, dude, go home. You doing too much. That's because the majority of them don't care. Hell, they told them all rise. They said, this is the U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge Shamarian said, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? And the AUSA Slavic says, yes, I'm handing it up. First, I'll go over that I have received in the pre-sentencing report, and they say they'll hear from, all the parties. And the judge says, I received the defense's reply memo on October the 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others. I appreciate them. So all of these things have just been put in place. Everybody's like, look, man, time served on these prostitution charges, man. No Rico, let that man go home. Let that man go home. Well, the majority of the people who are involved in these situations, the body language isn't good. There's plenty of things that are completely wrong in the process, you know. So when you start thinking about best intentions, what would you say is suffice? Hmm. Well, Diddy's looking strong in court. He seems focused. He seems content on whatever they give to him. Hmm. Well, that's the thing. It's been a lot of posturing going on, and the government just doing excessive amount of things. You know, for a Mann Act charge to have it go this far is going far beyond anything that we've ever seen. We've never seen a Mann Act go for this long. We've never seen a Mann Act charge for trafficking, which would have been a state charge only, in a federal court at this scale for a guy who never slept with any of the workers that they're talking about. They're talking about a man trafficking two of his girlfriends. Are we kid? Are we joking right now? Well, here's the thing about when you say a woman beater. What about the woman hitting him? Ain't she a man beater? So how much time should Cassie get for putting her hands on Diddy? How much time should Jane get for putting her hands on Diddy? Did you not realize that the two people that you're talking about, since this is not a domestic violence case whatsoever, how much time should they get for putting their hands on him? Did you not realize in court both had admitted to putting their hands on Diddy? Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, they're it's a whole pissing match going on right now. Everybody's mad. Like the defense is mad at the prosecution right now and all the stuff they've been doing. So right now they just fighting in the courtroom. I'm dead serious. That's what's going on right now. They literally the judge has gotten involved. Not like they fighting with words right now. Yes. After the judge said, I appreciated all the letters, then Alexandria from Diddy's team said, we're going to submit a course evaluation from the MDC. And the AUSA Slavic said, we don't have a copy of that. The judge says, please give her one. So USA Slavic says, Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense's bullying. So now Mia don't want to submit a letter to the judge. She don't want to come there and address the court today. So now they mad that Mia don't want to come there and address the court. Said that the defense's letter was bullying them. So that's why Mia didn't show up. So USA Slavic said, we think the defense's letter violated your honor's rules. And the judge said, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? And Brian Steele said, the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. Then Brian Steele says, also Giovanni from the program. And they said, and the judge said, Miss Slavic. And then Miss Slavic says, Rule 32 only applies to the parties and the victims. The court is within its rights to exclude character witnesses, 940 F, 3rd, whatever, 167. Judge Furman has used this to limit defensive witnesses. So she doesn't want the kids to speak. She doesn't want the Reverend to speak, and she wants only like that Giovanni guy could probably speak, but she don't want Diddy's kids to speak or the Reverend. I tell you, the government is something else. Yeah, they arguing about this right now. That whole prosecution needs to be fired. That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. So now you're telling this man who's getting ready to go on trial to be sentenced in this trial who can speak and who can't speak? See, this is where things start getting out of line and out of whack. This is where things start going off the rails. I'm confused because if everybody was playing by the same rules, let's say they had everybody in the same boat, this would be a whole different story. Nobody's got the same views. That's what I'm trying to explain to people. Everybody's views is going to be different, but of course, they're addressing their father. So naturally, that's going to be something that applies to them because it's going to make more sense. This might be the last chance they get to address their father. And you want to deny them of that? That shows how wicked this court system is. I've seen people who have committed, like serial killers, get treated better than Diddy. Yeah, it's a problem because they created a system in which they know isn't correct, they know is wild, and they still are going along with it. Yeah, well, America isn't for us. What place is? Yeah, they all lucky I'm not on this trial. Yeah, well, when people understand it, maybe one day, it'll come to light. Maybe one day. Yeah, well, yeah, well, that's gonna be the case, isn't it? That's the position they want to put you in. Hmm. Well, when you start thinking about the defensive letters and all the stuff that the government is trying to do, well, the prosecution is being unfair because that's all they know how to be, fairness is not in the government's plans. Yeah. So, oh yeah, she's mad. She was like, she's still this Slavic person. She just wants Judge Furman to have used this to limit defensive witnesses. But the judge says, I can allow them correct. And as I overruled the defense's wanting to exclude Mia, right? She says, yes, within your discretion. So the judge says, Mr. Steele, okay for the children and Dr. Johnson. He said, the Reverend Doctor, he says, yes, he'll think about the others, like the Giovanni. So he's okay for the children to speak. The judge came in and said, no, the children will be able to speak. And he's going to let the Reverend Dr. Johnson speak. And he's talking about, so I'll think about the others. Now, but this just goes to show you how grimy the prosecution is. You was trying to exclude this man's kids. And then the judge had to tell you, but it's my decision, right? It is my discretion. You trying to take that from the damn judge. She trying to tell the judge what the judge can do. She's bringing up another case where, it's like, what are you doing? So, yeah, it's nuts right now in this courtroom. What's supposed to be a simple, we're proceeding to get a sentencing has turned into a circus. Anywhere else, the sentencing would have probably been about 10 minutes long. This thing is getting dragged out as they are still fighting in court. Why would you be in there fighting for a man's kids to be able to speak to their father? Like that's gonna play at the judge's heart. The judge's mind is basically already made up. Yeah. So they come right in and they says, as for the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct can be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. Acquitted conduct can be considered. That's what the judge says. See U.S. versus Vaughn, Second Circuit, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 3553A. Now, the U.S. objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guidelines. So what they're saying is that they can use acquitted conduct to be considered. So even though Diddy was acquitted, they can say, oh, his conduct, even though he was acquitted of it, his conduct in that can be used in this situation with the Mann Act. The defense said It should not be used in this situation, and the judge is explaining it has been used before. So even when you are acquitted of something, your conduct could still be at odds and at risk. Yeah, shouts out to the inner city press for doing the best work he can. You know, this is not an easy thing for him to do. Being in the courtroom, having to hear every single thing and report it to us live. Well, yeah, you want to make sure they get all the details right. But yeah, that's what they were implying. Yeah, so they came right in and says the government objections to probation not considering Lane, Jane, and Mrs. Ventura as vulnerable victims. He overruled that and said what made Combs' correction effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion now. Mr. Combs' objection. And they said, since I am considered it under 3555A, it does not impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal. That was troubling. But the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. Exactly. So what he's saying is when he marked his pads as legal and the government was trying to go through his notes, the government could have pushed to clarify what they meant. They didn't do that. So they're not going to imply an enhancement. The government tried to say no to probation. And the judge said he's overruled that. And he said what made Combs' correction effective was their condition. So they said, anyway, the court will reach the same conclusion now that Mr. Combs, then they went to Diddy's objections. But see, that's why they went to that rule. This is why I think he's going to get at least about 2 years of probation. I think he'll get probably another month. I don't think they release him today. It's too much of a circus. They'll probably release him, I told you, in about another month, right before Christmas or something, just to appease everybody, you know, like to let it die down, let him go home on a day it's quiet and nobody know. And let him start his probation when it's quiet in the media. Oh, if I'm Diddy, ain't nobody thinking about revenge. I'm thinking about all them people who weren't there. So Diddy said he didn't want Miss Ventura and Jane to be classified as victims. So the judge said that's overruled. Mr. Combs also objected to the escorts that were characterized as victims. This is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. The judge says there were rules No, they said there was Jules and Paul and Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico as the coercion. When something is voluntary, it is uncompelled. That is from Black's Law Dictionary. It is a broad concept. The threat to release videos and to Jane's home, that's coercion. So that's what the judge is saying right now to Diddy, that's all overruled. So that Jane and Cassie can be classified as victims. And even though these are escorts and classifying them as victims, now that's going to be overruled too. So now they can be classified as victims. Yes, happy anniversary to the Obamas. Yeah, well, that was very important and vital to them. They wanted to make sure that they classified them as victims. I am totally in a disagreement with that whole statement that they just made. Diddy should expose everyone after the verdict. I'll be mad if you've already made your decision and you drug me in here for all this nonsense for one more day. But at least he gets to see his family, he gets to see his kids. That was probably the best thing and the best time he got going through court. Well, Diddy is boiling water while he's in there. He can't get certain foods that he like to eat. He's afraid of them poisoning him. So he makes sure he boils his water, and let it sit before he drinks. He's doing a lot to try to just stay alive. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, the food. That's why he's been making deals to get food from the outside because he does not want to eat the food inside because he feels like somebody's going to try to poison. Yeah, well, when you go down when you look at it in the totality, then that's when people will start to, go in another direction with it. But Yeah, they consider that. They said the threat to release videos was coercion. I'll be like, "Are you kidding?" I'm like, Judge, you must don't know how black folks talk. I was like, black folks threaten to kill anybody in a conversation. Be like, man, I will cut your head off. This is just a form of communication. Like my mom told me on Facebook, and they warned her, put her on a warning when she was like, "Boy, I'm gonna kill you when I see you if you don't take that photo down." They got my mom for threatening me. I was like, y'all don't understand how black folks talk. I'm like, my mom getting awarded on Facebook. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, they tried to say that. They said there's a little, what he said, precedent of what type of threat is required, but bodily harm does not. They said that makes most sense. Concrete harms to force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sex act. Does this establish the convicted conduct? They said there was the flight from Canes. They said, did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in this case with respects to the hotel nights and freak-offs, but in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross-reference. But 3553A, and he was like, since I can consider it under 3555A, it does not impact the sentence. Next. Yeah, so they went through the whole probation period, and they said, like, that was, they couldn't do nothing about it. That's going to be listed forever. They have no choice but to go along with the process. So they said, Mr. Combs, he was paying for time, not sex. This is contradicted by reality. He's not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilty, fully throated, and including after trial. Yeah, because he don't believe he trafficked any goddamn body. The hell he gonna be apologizing for? He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. What remorse should I be showing? I don't believe I prostituted anybody or traveled them there for that. They came there to work. I know he ain't showing remorse to this courtroom or whatever. I'm like, man, I don't believe God did that. You have not heard any of the workers say that they felt like they were trafficked. They're out there saying, I don't think I was trafficked. So what are we talking about with remorse? Who is he supposed to be showing it to? Mm-hmm. 100%. Puffy been doing all kind of stuff. Okay. Man, I know they are gonna drag this out. And when they drag it out, it is gonna be the biggest, most waste of time you probably have seen in your lifespan. And yeah, the judge is like, Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0 point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible under Second Circuit one book rule. Next, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims denied. I have the forfeiture under, and this is your signature, Mr. Combs. And he's like, yes, sir. Then he speaks to the judge. They said, Mr. Steele, did you review it? And Terry Garago said, I did. And the judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. And then they said, all remaining objections are overruled. Combs, Garregos, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarcerational sentence, is what the Garregos is saying. He say, if even though that's what Tenny is saying, that you've made some points, and he's saying it don't impact the sentence. It might impact the eligibility for a low categorization, and you're imposed for an incarcerational sentence. And the judge says, we can address that. And Tenney says, if necessarily. So Combs' lawyer, Alexandra Shapiro, said, I'd like to make some more points. We briefly, extrovertedly, so spoke extensively, said the judge is 380 pages. And Shapiro said, yeah, we raised due process. The fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sotomayor, we believe, militate for interpretation and precludes the courts under 3553. They keep throwing that 3553 around. So Diddy's team is working tirelessly through this and dealing with this crazy judge. This is why I'm not built for law. I would have choked somebody by now. I would have jumped over the stand. I'd have tried to choke the prosecution. They'd have threw the whole book at me. As soon as I heard one lie, I'd be, that's bullshit. I feel like, oh no. They said, I wanted to preserve this for appeal. Should there be an appeal of your sentence? If preserved, the PSR says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to the guidelines of 70 to 87 months. $70 months to 87 months? Are they crazy? So the judge says, I'll hear from the government. So the AUSA Slavic said, I would like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. I can't stand her already. Yeah, well, that's the norm right now. Yeah, we're waiting on the government. They're getting themselves together as the defense is looking at the judge. Diddy is he's chatting with his lawyer. Yeah, Shapiro said he wanted to preserve this for an appeal should there be an appeal of your sentence. And they said, okay, the judge said it's preserved. The PSR says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to the guidelines of 70 to 87 months. That's crazy. That right there alone just make me want to jump up and choke somebody. So Yeah, this Slavic church too. She's on my nerves. This is not just a case about freak offs in hotel rooms. It's about the victim's heart and about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor points to at least 135 months. All right, I'm like, bitch, is you crazy? Are you crazy? The government is insane. They need to get a judge in here that makes sense. I'm like, wow. 70 to 87. I'm like, man, are you out your goddamn mind? Are you out your mind? Well, you got to do at least what 85% of the time. I mean, and this woman still thinks she's trying a case. This Slavic chick, I don't like her at all. This is not about freak offs in hotel rooms. Then what the hell is it about? You in here trying to try a case again. The case has already been tried, woman. The defense accusing us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation recommends of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. The defendant tried to argue this is just a sex, drug, and rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. I'm like, oh my God, please get this woman away from me. Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is at the height of his hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak offs. And a hotel night, he knew it was illegal. So Diddy has made arrangements for a speaking engagement for Miami in next week. They have already, this prosecution is crazy. How did he gonna make that? Unless he's doing it from jail, how in the world is he gonna make a speaking engagement and plan it for next week and he's locked up? Ahead of his, he can't make an appointment to go to Wendy's. Now, here's the thing. The 5 years, we don't know if that's how much of that is going to be in jail and how much of that is going to be probation. Right. And that's why they asked for 130 some months so that the judge would go, well, I'm going to split the difference and get it down to like 5 years. But you don't know how much of that is going to be time served and the rest is going to be basically probation. Yeah, it's a what it is a modern day lynching of a black man. That's all it is. It's unfortunate that the rest of the world has to see that this is how life is, but that's unfortunate. This is America now, and America is showing you they don't hide anymore. They tell you exactly who they are and how foul they are. Well, you wanna always try to see if you could. They mad at anybody that don't think like them. Yeah, talk about Diddy got an engagement for next week to go speak. Yeah, that was crazy. He's got an arrangement next week to go speak. I'm like, man, that's crazy. If Diddy could get that off. Diddy finna go get people and arrange for them to be able to speak live? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she said, even in cases that decline to apply to cross reference significant sentences that's been handed down in this district court, don't forget about, I want you guys to consider U.S. versus Dylan, U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. Okay? Just think about that. Mm-hmm. Well, I had a problem with them putting that uh, notion together. The 70 to 87 months is crazy. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're dragging it out. Yeah, that's the government. They're gonna drag this out. Mm-hmm. They said 50's been ahead of G Unit for 20 years now. You know, anyone talking bad about him when it comes to how he treat his artists. Well, you can't. They can't say they was treated bad when they all got their money. They were getting money hand over fist. But isn't the same woman that's on this trial was also talking about 50 Cent and what he did to her, the baby moms? Right. If they do 70 to 87 months, we don't know how much of that is probation and how much of that is time served. He lost a lot of money on Buck, actually. Well, not really. He didn't lose a lot. 50 on the publishing. Well, I know what Fifth want to do. He want to step in there with those connects, and he want to get what Diddy got. Remember when Diddy had the FM, he had the Ciroc. He tried to mimic that, and it led to him getting the effing liquor bottle deal. And then the same thing that happened with Diddy with Ciroc and his De Leon liquors, they did the same thing with 50. With effing, they did the same thing. So that's the real deal. Effing fell off once 50 fell out with him. Oh, you better remember you said those words. He said the feds ain't giving him no probation. Okay. Remember, y'all, he said that. Man, if they ever decide to go after oh yeah. Well, she tried to bring up the U.S. versus Dylan Jordan case, and in that case, Dylan Jordan got 5 years. He got 60 months. When they talking about the sentence, even though Dylan Jordan's case is not like Diddy's case at all, not even close. So this woman is truly delusional. So Judge Subramanian comes in and says, in Jordan, the Dylan Jordan case, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? And that's why Judge Croneman varied upwards, right? And Slavic was like, that's correct, as well as other factors. So there is a disingenuous feature, right? There is also a case by Judge Kemba Wood. The Mann Act chases with fear, violence, and threats, routinely getting significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case, but it has major aggravators. As to Cassie, he hit her, he stomped on her. Oh my God, this is not a domestic case. Why are you trying to have the trial all over again in this courtroom for sentencing? It's like the video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial, and it's never gotten easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said he owned the violence. James started off by hitting him first to try to initiate him to respond. So just like I said with Corey, the judge backed all that up. The judge came and knew that she was reaching. Right. She didn't mention Dylan Jordan was already a criminal. And there were other factors that led to him getting 5 years. What's up, Kev? I ain't seen you in a minute. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ciroc was becoming the drink of choice because Diddy know how to market it and advertise. So the people in the liquor industry, they couldn't wait to stick it to Diddy. See, Fifth knew, let me stay quiet, get my money, shut up, play the game. Diddy wasn't trying to play the game. Diddy was trying to control it. He wanted to be treated fairly. Some of these people on here online is way worse than Diddy. I don't think they've been in that position to be way worse than Diddy and talking like saints. But I get your point. Yeah, they are nuts. A lot of these people trying to judge Diddy, but yeah, I don't think a lot of these people could fly somebody, go on states, get them on a boat, and do. A lot of the people in the chat, I don't think they can do all that. They ain't got sex workers. They lucky they can get somebody to agree to have sex with them, let alone to have a worker. Mm-mm-mm. So Diddy got a speaking engagement booked for next week. That is crazy. Oh yeah, they've canceled a whole lot of stuff. Oh, she's Judge. Judge, I don't think you're hearing me. Mia says she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark said he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. He had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statements makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's texts make it clear her anguish and her trauma. We can't ignore that, Judge. Oh my God. This trial is over, ma'am. You have tried this in court. Take it up in a state court. None of these people called the cops. All of this stuff you're talking about, none of these people went to the cops. Yeah. That's why I keep talking about the government cited the U.S. versus Dylan Jordan, and that was done in error. Dylan operated a profit prostitution business throughout the United States. He had already been arrested in Cuba before. He had many women transported through the United States for profit. Combs' case involves two willing girlfriends, not for profit to Mr. Combs. So once again, the government is trying to pull one over everybody's eyes. The judge wasn't fooled this time. He did his homework and was like, come on now, that's a reach. It was like he's downplaying the abuse, calling it rare, but it's not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Yeah, Diddy wasn't just finna go around taking pictures saying, look at what she did to me. Right. Because if that was the case, though, why wouldn't they prosecute Cassie and Jane and say, Diddy make me do it? Because they said over and over again, I did it to please my lover. She said, yeah, she lied about the banner incident, and that didn't go well for her. Yeah, see, the government's whole argument right here is basically ignoring the fact that a trial happened, that the jury heard these witnesses, and that the jury rejected their testimony. The government is throwing everything to the wall to see what sticks in sentencing. They basically trying to retry the case right here. A jury heard them and basically rejected their testimony as they were not considered credible witnesses. They didn't see them as victims. They saw them as Cassie and Jane, two people who have regrettable sex. It was like he blamed doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he's the victim. He's never accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to this expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years of age, Your Honor. He choked Jane. Jane was hitting him. That has been tried, woman. This Slavic woman has been going off for about a whole 30, 40 minutes straight. Yeah, it's crazy.
And she had said that she's no longer speaking because prosecutors say she's no longer speaking because she felt intimidated by the defense after they wrote a letter to the judge. Now, the people who are speaking or who are supposed to speak are his children and two doctors who treated Combs and Combs himself. The trial took 6 weeks, just a little over 6 weeks, actually almost 2 months. We were done, though, by July 4th. So Combs has been waiting for sentencing since the beginning of July, and he's been waiting in jail. He asked for bail and was denied by the same judge. He asked for bail more than once and was denied. So it doesn't seem likely he'll be getting out anytime soon. However, no one knows. I mean, it's a big guessing game. And I just heard a cheer go up from the crowd behind me. And I'm not quite sure what's happening in court at this very moment. We do have reporters in court. I'm waiting to get an update from them as we speak. But a cheer did go up from the crowd outside court. Now, the line to get into court started forming Wednesday. There were line sitters out here holding spaces for people willing to pay them. There were more line sitters on Thursday when we were here, and then when we got here at 6 a.m., there were people already outside court lined up to get in. That's the only way you're able to see what's happening, because none of the proceedings are broadcast. There are no cameras in court. And I think I'm hearing that there's a 5-minute break in court, and maybe that's why people were cheering. I'm not 100% sure. We did hear that cheer go up from outside court. Now, during the trial, I was here, and there was always a crowd outside court. There were always people cheering for something. So it's still not 100% sure, because the judge has a lot to go through and to get through before he's even sentenced. I want you to take a look at the media. There's a huge lineup of media here in front of the court. And this case has drawn national, if not international, attention, because Sean Diddy Combs is a music mogul. He ran Bad Boy, the music company. He produced people like Biggie, Smalls. He's very well known, and some of his rap actually changed the way the rap industry focused.
Now, here's the thing. While they're going through this whole progression, so the judge actually did send everybody to a break. After she comes out and says, prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all the victims and the public. And the defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. So she says at least 135 months are necessary. And the judge said, let's take a break. And they're going to take a break for about 10, 15 minutes, whatever. They're just going to take a break. The judge is pretty much like, how much of this I got to sit through? She's basically trying to retry the case all over again. Yeah, I mean, it's desperate. And she's just throwing a Hail Mary up at the screen. The judge has already made his mind up. There's no way he's talking about getting out of this. Just give him 5 years probation and let's go home. Well, they don't want everybody to speak. Let the kids speak to their father, and they can go from there. I think the general problem is a growing factor here, and the big factoid is that they're not prepared. They're really not prepared. The government is trying to drag this thing out. They got all the publicity. They got all the international news watching this case. And all these people are doing is auditioning for a raise. They're hoping they get a bigger promotion. Slavic is trying to get noticed. They're trying to get their names out there. So they're grandstanding right now. That's all they're doing, trying to peacock 135 months. I'll be like, for the Mann Act, get out of here. how you sentencing a man for something he was never arrested for. I'd be like, this man was never arrested for domestic violence. No police were called to any of this. So the only thing you have is his own admission saying, yeah, there was violence, but it was a violent relationship. They both were violent towards each other. Cassie on the stand admitted to being violent to Mr. Combs. Even Jane admitted to being violent with Mr. Combs. They've only had one incident of a fight, and that was when she hit him, and he was defending himself against her. And she started that fight knowing she was cooperating with the federal government to try to get Diddy and enrolled into a doggone RICO case. I'm saying, if this was me, man, Jane can. I'm still paying for her crib just to keep her there. I'll be keep her there. Soon as I get out, soon as I'm on probation, she gone. They're gonna be like, on the day he was released from probation. What a coincidence. Jane decides she just can't take it anymore. Wrote a letter and just left. She left all her clothes behind. I mean, most people are gonna blame Sean Diddy Combs. Man, I know that's kind of crazy. What a coincidence. Man, I know people that would sign paperwork in court, sign the paperwork, and will go straight over there. Jim Lampley did that. He used to be at HBO. This dude sitting there smoking weed with a 19-year-old girlfriend. I'm sorry, she was what, 19 or 20, whatever. And yes, Jim Lampley went over there. He basically stashed her in a closet and then left with her. And yeah, see, they don't talk about Jim Lampley in his a domestic case. He went and slapped the girl and everything else. And he wanted some weed. And he was smoking some weed and getting himself blazed. Smacked this girl up. They arrested him. And it was like New Year's Eve. So they arrested Jim Lampley, and HBO never fired him. He gets out of jail. The judge told him, okay, you have to stay away from this woman. You cannot go around her. You got to give her this many feet. Stay away from her. This dude, Jim Lampley, guess what he does? While they investigating the case, she ain't even there no more. They're at the house. Who, right when he get out of jail, right, sign the paperwork saying he gonna stay away from the woman and everything else. He just got out of jail. It was like that night he got arrested. The next day, he going back to the house. They just told him to stay away from the crib. He just got out. The first place he went was back to the house. Jim, they was like, the police was still there investigating. They was, wait a minute, you're not supposed to be here. You out? What you doing here? He was like, oh, I'm supposed to go to the crib, right? She's not here though. It was like, no, you can't be here. So they arrested him again. He got arrested twice. And that's Jim Lampley. Then he got the nerve to try to talk about Floyd Mayweather and abuse. I'd be like, dude, are you kidding? But you see HBO and all that stuff, they don't talk about that. Nope. He kept his job and everything. It could be your house or not. If the judge say you can't come over here, guess what you can't do? Come over there. That's the last thing you better do is come over there. This has been going on for quite some time. Like they all know better. Oh yeah. I mean, if you want to take it to that extreme, but yeah, people could do that if that's what they felt. No, don't pass by the courthouse. It's crazy out there. I wouldn't pass by the courthouse at all. Oh yeah, man. The courtroom, the people out there, they've been like losing their minds. After listening to that prosecution rant and go on about justice. Judge, this isn't right, Judge. I'm telling you, Judge, this is not right. This is what I'm talking about. You got a chance to stand up, make the right call. These abusers, they must not stand. Come on, Your Honor. You can do it. I'll be like, sit your ass down and shut up. That's abuse, Your Honor. I'll be abuse. It's me listening to your ass. That's abuse. No. I know, man. It's
Yo, listen, the Mets in town.
the podcast was so about the Mets in town coming to Chicago. Oh yeah. Well, to basically recap, they tried to say Diddy's position. They weren't going to let him get away with him and his position and what he was talking about. Yada, 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 right? Then they follow that up with them portraying exactly what they want to portray. They're the federal government. They'll do whatever the hell that is that they like and participate it the way that they want. This is how they proceed to move forward throughout their life. Well, everybody needed a break after listening to her rant and cry and try to retry the case that's already been retried. I'm like, this woman forget that a jury has already said we don't believe these witnesses. She's bringing up the Cassie tape. Remember that tape, Judge? That's why I don't like to argue with people who don't know anything about the case. Because then it's like, what are you arguing? People know about it already. The whole nine. Mm-hmm. Yep. So they came back from the break, and now it's Diddy's lawyer Driscoll. Driscoll said, "I'm grateful, Your Honor, to have being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentences parodies. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities." He said, "The DOI has long said that the Mann Act prosecution should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. That was his second chance. Jordan made 1.4 million. Do you know how many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. One was R-worded after being drugged." Man, I had just told y'all about that. I had just told y'all about that case because from what I've done from my just bland research on that case, when they brought that up before, when they put it on the list, and they had the list of all these Mann Acts, and I was telling you, like, what are they talking about? Like, this case has nothing. Like, a lot of these cases, Diddy case is unprecedented. There's never been a case. And this is why I told people before, there's no profit. When there's no profit, this is why he didn't get a RICO case. If the reason that he didn't get convicted of trafficking, because there's no profit in it. And he's like, you can still get it without a profit in a very rare case. This is not that rare circumstance. It's like he did not sleep with these people. Well, I'm like, what they gonna say? The reward was the sex? This was his girlfriend. What are we talking about here? All right, I can see if he paid for 2 people he didn't know. You got Gene Deal out here basically saying he was out there prostituting 2 females. No, I mean, Gene Deal was telling a story about Mike Tyson, and the Mike Tyson story that he's telling, he shouldn't be telling. Talk about my friend Lisa. I knew this girl, Lisa. She was my friend. I bring them over to Mike Tyson. He got the 2 girls upstairs. I knew he couldn't handle 2 girls. I'm like, dude, the way you sound telling this story was like you was basically pimping them out. And they were getting paid $1,500 each from Mike Tyson. And you was basically the pimp, the bodyguard, to make sure everything went copacetic. You was their protection. And I know he's telling this Mike Tyson story like it don't mean nothing. This can easily get flipped into you prostituting 2 girls. See, this is what I keep telling people. They got to watch how they say stuff. I'm not saying Big Gene was doing that. He probably was. The girls brought him there for security. They went there to get their bag, whatever. But you brought him there, according to your story. So it's like, look, Tyson wanted some girls. You provided girls. Currency was there. Did you get paid, Gene? Well, that's illegal. and now you committed trafficking. You know, that it happens that quick. It happens just that quick. And the same thing you talking about that's egregious and all this man's an animal. You subjecting these women that you keep talking about to these acts. How many times did you do that? I'm quite sure Mike Tyson wasn't the only one. You see, these people play hypocrite because you don't like Diddy all of a sudden. Now you an angel. You know, it's like, come on, stop. Man, we got to protect these women. I'd be like, was you protecting them? When you were dropping them off? But it's okay if everybody else do it, just not Diddy, huh? Okay, we get it. We get it. You don't like Diddy. I mean, the defensive letter, to me, I ain't had no problem with the defensive letter. I thought the defense letter was on point. He's already in jail. How is somebody going to some place they've been? They're already in jail. He's trying to get them out. Oh, you know, on the Patreon, it's going to be crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Driscoll's cooking right now. Because we just heard Diddy, them lawyer, go off forever trying to retry the case. And now Driscoll's trying to tear their ass up. Yeah. We just waiting for the post to come up. Well, Driscoll's he ain't through cooking. Oh no, he's like, there's another case with 7 victims. No grouping enhancements implied. Defendant got 18 months and was released after 9 months. So there's 18 CRCO 376 from SDFL. They generated 1.8 million in trafficking revenue. They got 15 months. And there were 7 victims in the case. No grouping enhancement applied. They got 18 months and was released after 9 months. Mm-hmm. No, they conceded that there were violence. They were in a violent relationship, but the violence was both parties, not one. So that's what they keep trying to omit. The government is that your clients were violent to them. And no woman has a right to hit a man, right? Just like a man don't have a right to hit a woman, right? Y'all keep talking about this equality, but you don't want equality all the way. You want it to your convenience. But he's a man and she's a woman. Oh, no, wait a minute now. They're the same, right? Equal. She's equal to a man. Nobody trying to buy that. Why would you? Why would anyone want to buy that? Like, I don't buy that. I don't buy what she's saying. Who would?
To sort of play into what the judge does at the end of the day. So I'm curious to hear when Combs actually stands up and speaks live, does he take on a little bit more responsibility or not?
That's been an issue that's come up. Some of the letters to the judge from those who testified, like Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassie, has said that she doesn't believe that he does feel remorseful, and she doesn't believe that he is a changed man. I mean, how much weight will the judge assign to those letters from people who say that he should not be let out and he should spend time in prison?
Yeah, I mean, the judge definitely seems to be concerned about that. He's raised it a few times during the course of the sentencing already. And it's a very hard line for the defense team to walk, because on one hand, they want to preserve their appeal and they don't want to admit to any conduct, and they're trying legally to avoid admitting responsibility. On the other hand, they want to present a defendant who's contrite, who has remorse, to the judge in order to get some empathy from the judge. So it's really hard to balance those two things.
Now, you bring up the idea of an appeal. Is that something, I mean, his lawyers have tried to overturn the verdict. Is that an appeal something that is also going to be happening later on?
Yeah, I am confident they will be bringing in an appeal no matter what happens in connection with the sentencing. It may just be an appeal of the conviction, or it may be an appeal of both the conviction and the sentencing, depending what the judge does during the course of today.
This is the same judge who would not let Combs out on bail. He tried to offer bail, lots of money, and the judge said, "No, you're not going anywhere. You're sitting in jail." And he's been at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn for the past roughly 13 months.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems for Mr. Combs is sentencing after trial, after all of these bail hearings, is that the judge has heard so much information about Combs, even much more information than the jury heard, right? And so the judge has to try to put that all aside and really decide the sentence on a narrower category of information, but it's hard to do that, right? It's hard to unhear what he's already heard.
And some of the things he did here were, I mean, it was quite a sordid trial, and it was, there were things that, you could see. I was in court at times, and the jury was, eyes wide open type of situation there. Were you surprised at all with the verdict?
I mean, I thought the defense had done a very good job of this from the beginning, right? They had a narrative. They said essentially our client did bad things. He just didn't do these bad things, right? These are essentially state crimes. They don't fit into this federal framework. Jury, your verdict should reflect that. They had a narrative. They started with a narrative. They ended with a narrative. They did a really good job with all of their cross-examinations, their addresses to the jury. So, it wasn't. To me, it wasn't a surprise that the jury ended up with this sort of compromise verdict that they did.
Okay. Any other interesting observations as a former federal prosecutor? Because so you've been in the role of, we know Maureen Comey was the main force behind this, and she's been fired by Trump, so she's not here in court on this case today, but there are other federal prosecutors there. What's it like for a federal prosecutor to be there, to be like pleading their case with the judge?
Yeah, listen, they had a big team on this case. They had a remarkable number of prosecutors. I was sort of stunned when I saw how many were filing in connection with the case. So they have a big team to pick up the work that Ms. Comey was doing. This is high pressure for those prosecutors because they had, I think, from their viewpoint, was very much a loss at the trial. They didn't get what they wanted in connection with the trial, and I think now, they want to win here, so they are putting everything forward to try to get that win.
All right, well, Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. Sarah Kristoff, a former federal prosecutor and an attorney with Cozen O'Connor. Yep. Okay. I'm Julie Walker, and we're here at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan for the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. As we said earlier, prosecutors want him to spend 11 years. The defense wants him out. He has a speaking engagement planned for next week. So we'll see how this all plays out. Stay with abnews.com and AB. More information about the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing.
Now, with that being said, of course they dragging this thing, man. This is like a concert. You got people camped out for 2 days. Like they going to see Harry Styles or somebody. Harry Styles! Like, okay. But you see what they said? Former federal prosecutor. And what do? They turn to lawyers, defense lawyers. That's where the money is. It's like, okay, you did this for long enough. Now you come work for the real team. Yeah, exactly. That was their problem. Right, another cap moment. Right. Who gonna do that right before their court date? They did the same thing talking about Diddy's got a party set up. Remember when they was talking about the case and he was going in to get the verdict? Right before that, Diddy's got a victory party set up, ready to go. Now he's got a speaking engagement set already. They don't even know if he's speaking from prison or what have you. I don't know why people would even set that up. Even if it was going to be from prison. I'd be like, look, we don't want anything to set off the judge. But at this point, you can't believe anything that the prosecution would say. They would say anything right now. They throwing everything at the judge to try to get any type of time because they need a win. They was humiliated with that trial, making it seem like they had all this evidence and they had nothing. A big back bowl of nothing. Oh, Driscoll's cooking right now. I'm trying to let them get the time going. So Driscoll can cook. Yeah, Driscoll's sitting there, man. The whole court, everybody on Diddy's team, man, they can't stand the prosecution. That's what I like about it. I don't want my defensive lawyer shaking hands and cool with the prosecution. I want them just can't stand them. Just like me. I got the right team. Like, let's go. Hey. Yeah, so when you get a lot of problems that supposedly is going to go your way, well, we'll see. Oh, no, Driscoll's cooking. He ain't wasting no time. He getting to the business. All right, let's get to Driscoll. After he hit them that with Jordan making all that money, 1.4 million, he went on to the other case. He's like, there's another case with 7 victims, no grouping, enhancement implied. The defendant got 18 months and released after 9 months. Then it was 18. CRCO3, 73, SDFL, they generated 1.8 million and got 15 months. In John cases, the average sentence was 6 to 7 months. In this other case, the defendants text the victim. I mean, what I said about making a mold of your ussy, the rest, you ain't even worth it. The judge said, but there was no threat of violence in that case. And they said, Ms. Salvage just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that is inappropriate. It is a migrating factor. Let's talk about 13 CR 294, District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a young girl. The C docket number 85. They said that defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. 3553A says to avoid unwanted sentencing and disparages. I read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. His case is different. And the judge is like, well, who do we have next that want to speak? And Miss Westmoreland got up and said, I'm ready to speak. Driscoll then came through and gave them the business. Look, I done read 900 cases of the Mann Act available on Pacer. Diddy case is different. God damn it. There you go, Driscoll. Driscoll put it down on y'all hoes. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, this is like, cut the shit, man. Diddy case is not like these dudes. These dudes have did way worse and got like 12 months, 15 months. And you thinking Diddy, well, he threatened violence. And, hell, I threaten violence every day. Mm. What's taking so long? They gotta be heard. Everybody's gotta be heard. And once they through, then they'll go through their case. So they bringing Miss Westmoreland up to talk now. Driscoll just did his part. So Miss Westmoreland finna get up there now. Driscoll then already lit up the judge, and he ready. He tired of this prosecution. He really just saying, man, they are foolish, and they really are, because this is a joke. They trying to drag out a man charge, a man act charge. It's like, are you serious right now? Well, Driscoll's there to break down what was going on in the Man Act cases. And he read 900 cases. I didn't read 900 cases. I read some of the main cases that they had that was in relation to Diddy. Now, the second case and the third case that he brought up, I didn't know anything about. The first case, I definitely knew about the Dylan Jordan case. Or the Dylan case. Yeah, that was the one we definitely remember going over the docket. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you look at what they said. Like he said, she blamed Diddy for having a drug problem for 25 years. They felt that was inappropriate. So it's been a lot of people doing stuff that's inappropriate up here. If you want to put it in that notion, Judge or Your Honor, it's a lot of people doing something inappropriate, and y'all letting that ride on the other side. You said not even Kevin Hart is supporting Diddy. You think Kevin Hart was gonna do that? If we could ask Jack Johnson. I know. Well, I'm reading what they're actually saying in court. So that's why I'm right here going through it. Miss Westmoreland's up there. She's doing her talking right now. She says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. She said there was not many black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message. You can do it. Clothing too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It brought unity. It inspired change. So now she's here to paint the whole different notion. In spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And then she's crying. Oh my God. Miss Westmoreland is now bringing in the tears. Oh, she's doing a performance. Hey, that's why they put her on there. They got the sister in there. You've inspired me, Sean Combs. Go ahead, Miss Westmoreland. Hey, Miss Westmoreland, baby. That's why they added the sister to the case. Sister in there crying. She in there sobbing. She bringing out the tears, baby. Getting all inspirational. I like how Driscoll approach was. Driscoll was on wartime. I like that. I'm like, look, we going out like this. Wartime. Now she's talking about, let's talk about Diddy the man. He's given all these opportunities. He's nice. He's unassuming. He's a great guy. He's oh my God, this is crazy. Do what you gotta do. That's what I'm like, hey, I got somebody ride or die, and she in here picking out the tears, baby. Exactly. She was a real person of SA. So she is credible to speak. And here's the thing. Once she took the Diddy case, now all of a sudden the same women who was standing up for her said she was lying. Dog, they've been playing Diddy songs for 2 days straight outside the courtroom. All About the Benjamins had about 300 plus spins. and 2 days now. Every time it Tennessee grants like Horace. Has there been a sentence yet? No, they still going through the process. Miss Westmoreland is still up here crying. I think somebody gave her a tissue. She started talking about revolt and then started crying. It's like, he's trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in the neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The model was Black excellence. The youth are the future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in D.C. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, anyone, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. And look at these people, man. They just heartless. Shut up, bitch. Let the judge read the sentence. These people are heartless. Shut up, B. Let the judge read the sentence. Man, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. Well, we have to wait on the report from the courtroom. So that's what happened so far. That's what she said so far, Miss Westmoreland, after crying in the courtroom. Well, you want to make sure everybody is on point in this situation. Everybody needs to be sharp. Everybody needs to be on point because you don't know where this decision, this verdict, all of it's going to go. Well, you never see. You don't know because when it's all said and done, where is that going to leave all of the rest of these people that was sitting there hating on Diddy? Like, where are they at? Where have they been? Mm-hmm. Let me see if Miss Westmoreland has said something else. She said, Mr. Combs is just a man and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. And she got the tears coming down her eyes. She is choked up about this. They quiet as they should be. Mm-hmm. Now, I like what Driscoll's saying, though. Driscoll's on wartime mode. He coming in there, going right at them. Like, Judge, all these people asking what they did, they was trafficking minors and getting paid 1.4 million, 1.8 million. These people making millions in trafficking, and they getting 15 months, 12 months. And the other guy only got 8 years because he was arrested prior in Cuba for the same act. And they actually cited that case in court. The prosecution brought up the Dillon case. Oh, great. Someone else hit me up talking about the case. Yeah, I know. It's crazy around here. It was like, I seen you on TikTok. All right, here we go. Come on, Miss Westmoreland, get to it. She says, in the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how free game for Diddy was born. No one's doing this in MDC before him. Before, there was a guy named Mr. Chen. He taught Chinese in the MDC. He got 15 years for fentanyl. I don't know if that's relative to the case, but yeah, he taught Chinese in the MDC while he was waiting trials or sentencing. But he was selling fentanyl and he got 15 years. So I mean, it could have helped his case. I don't know what he was facing. Probably possible life, but he ended up getting 15 years, I guess, because he taught some Chinese while he was in the MDC. Yeah, why is everybody hitting me up? Oh my goodness. This family reunion in Tennessee. I'm out. Once they said cabin, I'm like, I'm not, this ain't Friday the 13th. I'm not, I don't go to cabins. You ain't gonna see me in no cabin at the lodge. I'm not that guy. I'm gonna be at Travel Lodge. That's the only lodge I'm gonna be in where there's a swimming pool in there. No, 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 no. Hey, sweet Cadillac, baby. I wonder what's this speaking engagement they try to say that Diddy got. They just threw that in court, and the defense hadn't even spoke about it. I don't know if that's part of his program or what. I don't trust the government as far as I could throw them. And Miss Worland said, there is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you, Your Honor. And Brian Steele jumps up. Said, we want his children to come up, then show the video. The judge says, please come forward. So Quincy Brown comes up and says, he's my father. Quincy, he's not your father, but he raised you, so I guess he is your father. But if that's I'll be sure, that's another kick in the balls to you. Oh, yeah. So now the kids is coming up. Quincy was like, he's transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again as his children. We wish to heal together. Then he says, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you to give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. Yeah. No, we're waiting. We're getting to the nitty gritty now because the kids are speaking. And I think the Reverend gonna talk, and then they finna get to the gist of it because the kids is up talking now. I mean, Quincy just had like one line. Mm-hmm. Okay, here he goes. He says, Justin says, I talk to my father every day, every other hour. And then he says, I am Christian Combs. I am the one most resembled my pops. My mannerisms, my whole life. I study my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world. My superhero. Man, damn, Diddy superhero to these damn kids, boy, I tell you. That's little Diddy, Christian. Mm-hmm. I talk to my father every day. All right, the kids are getting their words in. He's the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Yeah, the kids are getting it in. They all getting a line in there. That's what I'm saying. They haven't realized this judge made his mind up 2 days ago. Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. Christian says, he told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see him in his eyes as his twin, and he has changed. My name is Jesse Combs, and I am 18 years old. And she starts crying. When my mother died, I was a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. Oh man, they really going through this now. Now the girls is finna get up here. Oh man, it's getting to the good. It's getting to there now. The boys that spoke. They mad at him. They was like, wait a minute, does Christian have a case? He got a case too. And he said treat women like a queen. Don't he got a case? Mm-hmm. Talking about some he didn't treat Cassie like a queen. She wasn't a queen. He didn't treat Cassie like a queen. Yeah, the queen of the slut bags. Well, they got what they wanted to hear. I gotta wait till they get through saying what they saying. Jessie Combs, she said that my name is Jessie Combs. I'm 18 years old. She starts crying. And she said, when my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I was just wanting my mom. And she said, my name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed. Now she's crying. So she says, sorry, he speaks with a clear mind. And then she says, my name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. So I guess the girl that's 2, that baby, they was like, what happened to the baby? So she's 2, and it's like she cannot grow up fatherless. So Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right now we're waiting. They gotta post something. This is coming straight from the courthouse. So Delilah says, Your Honor, please let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. The judge says, Thank you all. This is important for me to hear. So now they want to show a movie. It's like, we would like to show the movie. And we're going to show it to you right now. This is what they're looking at in trial.
Give her a bottle then. Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart.
My nose fell off. No, my lip fell off. Thank you. You wear it?
You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
One thing about great producers is they make you want to do better and be better about what you do. And he made me feel like I could do anything and go anywhere.
I'm from New York. I love New York. I love the city of New York. I love the children of New York. I wanted to do something good. I wanted to get my generation in the hip-hop community behind us. They come through in a big way. And we wanted to raise some money for the children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis. And, this is just a start. It's something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And it's no better way than taking it to the streets. It's a beautiful city running all around. The city's going to be painful. It's going to be rough. But, if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that, finish what you started and you can do anything you put your mind to. And y'all go to public school?
Yeah.
Okay, y'all running to raise money for your school. So y'all get more books and computers and stuff like that. I just feel like it's important that us, young adults of power, that we look out for y'all. And we utilize our power to make sure y'all are all right in the future. Put everything you can into your work, Don't think the cool thing is not to do your work. Don't think the cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends and to talk about stuff that ain't gonna protect your future.
What did you learn about him as a man who was taking up a new sport?
Well, I was actually very impressed. A lot of people think it's just a celebrity stunt, that he isn't serious about his running. He is as serious about his running, has been the last 9 weeks, as a lot of these guys in the lead pack. I mean, he's really devoted and dedicated himself to running. He's had some knee problems, and a lot of people don't think he's going to finish. He is going to finish, even if he has to do it on one leg, because he's raised a lot of money for kids' charities, and he's not going to let all those people down.
Let's go. Where we going? We're going straight to the top, baby. Let's go is a constant reminder. Let's go. Boom. Live in the present. Sometimes, you daydream. Sometimes, Uncle Diddy got to hit you with let's go. Clap it up on the sideline. Let's get our energy right. Come on. To make sure that you're pursuing your dream, that you're staying focused. Let's go. Let's keep going forward. Let's go means let's be positive. Let's take it up another notch. Let's go spend time with our kids. Let's go. Let's give thanks to God. Let's go. Let's turn it up. Let's get in the vocal booth. Let's stop procrastinating. Let's go. Let's understand what it's going to take to achieve that dream. So instead of talking about the guns or the violence, I was always talking about a better life. Places we didn't go before. Things we never wore. Cars we never drove. Houses we never lived in. I think I brought an aspiration to hip-hop. Tried to take it out of just being street. Our whole stuff was a fantasy and a dream that I always felt would come true. started out just like you guys. I come from New York. I grew up in Harlem. I used to have to wear a uniform every day. Had to get up early in the morning, had to travel to go to school. I worked hard, just like you guys are working. This country and this world we live in, they had planned for y'all. I didn't listen to that, and I don't want y'all to listen to it either. Y'all are great. Y'all are kings. Y'all are queens. Y'all are leaders. I just got so excited because this is truly a dream come true for me. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened. It's official. When we come together as a people, nothing can stop us. But what I want to do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change.
And I found out that Mr. Sean Diddy Combs posted me on Instagram.
We met Sean Diddy Combs for the first time, and Sean gave Trey a $25,000 grant, which allowed us to open a physical store.
Revolt, as one of the only Black-owned networks, we have to own something. We have to have something that's ours. We have to have something that we can control our narrative, and we can speak about things that are important to us, and we can have a platform and a foundation to be free. But I want to get advice from y'all. I want to not just have a one-way conversation.
We need a platform where they can put artists that are different, really different, that we can get a shot on other stations.
Working for Revolt TV and working for Diddy was absolutely life-changing. It was the best job I've ever had. I learned excellence through him.
I don't see any other things truly changing. And I don't understand how we are the richest, most powerful country in the world, and it seems like we can't solve the problems within our own community. African American communities are last. And the only people that are going to change that is us. We have to stand strong together, and we have to get to that change. You will change the world.
I've been to hell,
Yeah,
but I'm gonna make it.
you're gonna make it, that's right. Now I got something for you. Remember I told you I had a present for you?
Yeah. Ooh, ain't that pretty?
This is a heart, because you're my heart.
Oh,
All right?
okay,
You're my heart.
okay.
May God bless you and keep you happy and keep you thinking positive. Everything's not gonna be perfect at this time in life. And you're a good person that understands reality. So we're gonna accentuate the positives in life. Cause you're doing great, girl. You're doing great.
God knows.
You know what I'm saying? You're doing great. I want you to be happy about your life. You're doing great. We got a lot of living to do now. We got a lot of living to do. Don't have me come behind me. I'll be taking you everywhere. We going everywhere.
Hang out together.
Okay.
You were a little boy. Genie Ned.
Okay, Genie.
Yeah, you just keep hanging in there.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm telling you right now, you did a great job. I'm wrapping my head around and meeting you, and also telling you did a great job at the same time. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'd rather at the end of the day be the one standing there with you was the best person. You made us feel the best as a person. How old are you?
2.
How old are you? 2. Yo, 2. That's 2.
My name is Pookie the Bird.
Happy birthday. Ushers, we gonna be shuffling it up. Yeah, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, God.
Today, God is the greatest. He blessed me and my girlfriend Kim and the world with 2 beautiful baby girls.
We have breaking news to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
She just loved me unconditionally, you know. She just loved me just for me. It's like the closest you could be like with a person.
I get to thinking about her, and I go crying about her.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make some girls watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being.
I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop following my dreams, always believe in myself.
See a foot, put in that middle part.
I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for whatever we want. We love you. We can't wait to make more memories with you. Just like thank you for everything you do for us. Yes. And I want you to know that you're loved more than you think.
This is the video that the judge is watching right now. The whole courtroom can see it.
I had to figure this trophy. I want the best person trophy. But I know in order for me to get into heaven, I'm not going to get in there, well, come on in heaven, you had 20 hit records. That don't mean nothing. And that's what this world is for. They're going to say, oh, come on in heaven, you was a nice person.
I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much.
I love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
Woo!
The greats,
And
MJ6, Cole finished with 5.
And why in the world they go to that, I have no idea. So that almost brought a tear to my eye, how impressive that was. So now the video is over. So the Reverend Dr. Johnson will be coming up, the man for the reentry program. And they said, any more lawyers are speaking? He said, myself, then Mr. Donaldson. Now, well, they took a break. So during that break, yeah, they go on to lunch. After that video is powerful. That's why they said, hey, we got to send them to lunch. This is too powerful. Send their ass to lunch. I'm an Avenger, buddy. Yeah, the prosecution up against it now. That's why they was throwing all that garbage up against the screen. That messed him up. Now they get to sit with it. Oh, you already know what time it is. Mm-hmm. I think that them trying to send him to jail over that makes no sense. I just don't think that's a fair person, you know. That's my interpretation of it. They talked about Charlie Kirk and his family, right? And respect for his family, but there was no respect for Diddy and his family. Oh yeah, it was a lot of things happening in that court. Tony Busby, they all worked together. It was all a conspiracy. I told y'all from the beginning. Let me.
Straight like that.
Straight like that.
Now, Okay, I was gonna say I couldn't see nothing. This fog is a monster. No, Cassie is going to figure out that she's not what you would call the favorite child anymore. And the run is over. Now, she told a lot of inaccuracies in her testimony, which just people hearing it is like, oh, oh my God. Oh, this is disgusting. Because it is disgusting. But he's not being charged for being disgusting. So I'm waiting to hear the crime. I'm still waiting to hear how do we get to the racketeering? How are we getting to this? I'm seeing a lot of illusion. I'm not hearing factual things because the sex worker that they had up there, he contradicted himself numerous times. So it seems like they're pretty much trying to stick to a script. And when the defense gets up there, their story starts to fall apart. And it's not consistent. Yep. And these so-called witnesses hiding in the shadows, testifying anonymously, all of these different things that they're bringing to the forefront. And none of it seems to be adding up. And Cassie will be exposed tomorrow. Oh, she's going to get exposed, so she better be ready. Because the defense, I know that's going to bring it, because I know what I would bring. So if I'm not a lawyer, and I just know where she's lying at. What she's calling the freak off, she's trying to escape the freak off, that was a lie. Why she didn't go to the police. She's going to really have to dig deep. The police ain't going to dig you out of that one. I was afraid. All that. No. They finna show you ain't afraid of nothing. Okay? Cassie make her own decisions. Because you already stated that you were able to get your own place that you paid for yourself. And Diddy let you do that. So if he was all controlling, why would he let you get a place and let you pay for it? You never lived with the man. So if he was so controlling of you, so now I gotta lock you down where you can't go anywhere, why would he put you in a home away from him? He would have you in the house, lock you in the house, and you can only leave when he leaves. Sounds very different from the person that you try to make him out to be. Knowing that you stayed with this man for 2 more years after that whole incident. I want to get to the fact of how did you meet Sean Combs? Is it true that you was with another individual? You were dating another guy who discovered you and brought you to Mr. Combs? Ryan Leslie, whose name just disappeared, but we hear Dallas Austin and don't hear Ryan Leslie. Dallas Austin didn't discover you, but Ryan Leslie did. Or, now check this out. I've heard Astro Lube and baby oil in this trial. Like they keep going to Astroglide and baby oil. What would happen when the baby oil runs out? Like where are we going with this? We will get the concierge desk to get us some more. Like, what company did you? What was the brand of the baby oil? Johnson's. Like, what is the point here? Why are we talking about lube? Oh, let the lube. Diddy loves himself. That's why he's not married. Diddy loves himself. Okay? Period. She loved him. She wanted to be with Diddy. She wanted to marry him. He gave her a ring to shut her ass up, but she never was going to get married. 11 years they were together. Then she tells this story like, yes, and then it was like, they said Suge Knight's there, and they all left the room like they were going to beat up Suge Knight or something. I'm like, what the hell that got? This is all over the place. Where is the crime, woman? Where is the crime?
Now remember, this was going all the way back to the beginning. That was in the beginning stages. I wanted y'all to see that so y'all can know that was day one of Cassie's testimony. Day one. No games played. No, we're not going to have people surrounded to make observations and do weird consecrations that they want to come up with. No, it was hot. It was meant to be that way back then. Because, see, they didn't understand what we already knew. What we already knew to be true, they didn't. Everything I was telling you about is exactly how it played out. Cassie lies got exposed. Most of y'all never saw that video because they went through all of these loopholes to submerge that video down. They didn't want you to see it. Yeah, that video was never on Casino for Life. Mm-mm. Well, when you get people who are eligible for all of these things that they say that they got it, like, oh, we want all of this for all of these people, and Oh, well, it's a few, you're going to have those. No, not really. Because at the end of the day, when you look at everything in totality, you start to see what it really is, truthfully. And then you'd be like, oh, okay, I get it now. No. Right. All of this is to distract you while there's a government shutdown taking place. All of this is to keep you distracted while there's a government shutdown.
Behind me, the courthouse, where Sean Diddy Combs will find out from a judge how long, if at all, he'll be in prison. Joining me now is Mike Sisak, AP reporter, who's been in court all day with Combs. He's been in court the whole time during the trial as well. What are you seeing?
Well, I think the big question today is how long will Combs' sentence be, but the more immediate question is how long will his sentencing hearing go on for? Right now we're at a lunch break. We've heard so far from 2 lawyers speaking on behalf of Sean Diddy Combs, and then we also heard from 6 of his 7 children. All of his children except for his 2-year-old daughter spoke in court, spoke about how their father is a hero to them and that they want him back in their lives. Then right before the lunch break, lawyers for Combs played a video, an 11-minute video that showed highlights of him as a father, as a family man, as a businessman, and also highlighting some of his philanthropic endeavors, charter schools that he founded, running in the New York City Marathon, things like that. All of this to try to convey to the judge that Sean Combs is a changed man and not the person that was put on trial, accused of heinous crimes, violence, and ultimately convicted of 2 prostitution-related offenses. Now, of course, we also heard from prosecutors. They were emphatic in their arguments to the judge, Christy Slavic, the prosecutor, saying that despite what you may hear from the defense, that Sean Combs is a changed man in his year-plus in jail, that you have to remember the underlying conduct here, that he is admitted to domestic violence, that he was shown on video in that now infamous tape of the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles where he is beating and kicking and dragging Cassie, his former girlfriend at the time. The prosecutor trying to counter the narrative that Sean Combs is this changed person by reminding the judge, as the judge is formulating this sentence, to consider the totality of the evidence and everything that came out during this trial.
Other people reminding the judge to consider that they think Sean Diddy Combs is not a changed man. Cassie, his ex-girlfriend. At the time, she was his girlfriend, and she is the one in the video seen being kicked and punched by him. Now, she sent a letter to the judge saying that she doesn't believe he's changed, she doesn't believe he's sorry, and she wants him to do serious time.
That's right. Yeah, the judge received letters from Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, the R&B singer, who I think dated Combs for more than a decade and was a key figure in this trial, key witness for the prosecution. They also received the prosecutors conveyed a letter from a woman who testified under the name Mia. Mia was supposed to speak in court today, but the prosecutors said to the judge that she has decided not to do that, in part because she felt bullied, intimidated by Sean Combs' lawyers. They wrote a letter during the week objecting to her appearance at this sentencing hearing, and they accused her of lying. They said she came in here, used a pseudonym, put on a fake voice, put on a fake posture, and they contend that everything she testified about, and she made some grave allegations about sexual violence, sexual abuse, they say she was lying. So the prosecutors say they will not be bringing in any witnesses, any victims to speak in court, but that they will convey those messages through the letters that have been received and ultimately their arguments. On the flip side, we've already heard from 2 lawyers for Combs, 6 of his 7 children, 3 more lawyers are going to speak in the afternoon, and then Sean Combs himself will address the court.
That's because the accused always gets the last word. I mean, he will have his right to speak, even though he didn't speak during the trial. He didn't take the witness stand, which of course was his right during the trial, but he will speak today.
That's right. A lot of rights here at play, a lot of constitutional rights that protect all defendants, and Sean Combs exercising those. At trial, he elected not to testify on his own behalf. He spoke briefly in court during the trial, just conveying to the judge that he was making that decision not to testify on his own volition and his own accord. And then today, his lawyers have said that he will exercise his right of allocution, it's called, which is a defendant's right to speak in court, to potentially show remorse, to try to convince the judge to show leniency. And Sean Combs gave a preview of what he's going to say in court in a 4-page letter that he sent to the judge yesterday. In that letter, he talked, as his lawyers did today, about being a changed man, about how going to jail after his arrest in September of 2024 has allowed him to kick drugs and alcohol, how while behind bars he has taught a class to other inmates, conveying his business skills in a 6-week course that was called Free Game with Diddy. And then in other letters sent in by his lawyers, there are people who say that he's going to continue to teach and continue to impart his knowledge on people. He has speaking engagements, in fact, lined up for next week in Miami, a point that prosecutors seized on and said he is acting like he's going to be a free man in just a few hours or just a few days, scheduling appointments outside of jail. Prosecutor Christy Slavic said that was the ultimate hubris because the judge has not yet decided on a sentence. Prosecutors want more than 11 years in prison. Combs' lawyers want him released almost immediately. They're calling for 14 months, which is just about going to line up with how much time he's already served.
And then the sentencing guidelines are about 70 months, right?
Yeah, about 6-7 years. In the federal court system, there are these things called federal sentencing guidelines, and they are established essentially to make sure that John Doe and a person in Oklahoma and a person in California and a person in New York and Sean Combs are all sentenced under the same basic formula and the same basic amount of time. Now, there are various factors, the severity of the offense, criminal history, and then other factors. Prosecutors, for example, wanted an increased offense score, they call it, or increased time for certain things that they say were relevant to this case, the violence and the brutality. There were some enhancements, as they call them, including for coercion. Now, you have to remember that Sean Combs, there was a split verdict at his trial. It was a mixed verdict. He was convicted on 2 prostitution-related charges: transportation for the purposes of prostitution, a violation of the Federal Mann Act, which is a century-plus-old statute. Those charges, 2 counts, each count is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. He was acquitted on the more serious charges of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, which could have landed him behind bars for the rest of his life. Those carry a maximum life sentence. So he was acquitted, and he, celebrated a partial victory when the trial concluded in July. But at the same time, he is facing potentially years behind bars. And the judge has said that while the jury acquits you on charges, it does not necessarily acquit you of conduct. And the violence and the coercion and things like that can factor into how the sentence is handed out.
Now let's talk about how Diddy looked in the courtroom, because cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. We will be seeing sketches later on, but there are no cameras. So we only can go by what you tell us and what we see in the sketches. And I've been in court with you, and we see a very different Diddy. He's got the gray hair. He's got the gray beard. The goatee's gray. What did he look like today? I'm told he was wearing his own clothes today.
That's right, yeah. Sean Combs looked very similar to how he did at his trial. His trial started in May, ended in July. He's in a federal lockup, so he does not have access to hair dye. So we remember Sean Combs as having this jet black hair. He doesn't have that anymore. It's more salt and pepper, gray, white in spots. He was allowed to wear, normal clothes, quote unquote, non-jail attire. He's wearing a light-colored sweater over a button-down shirt with dark pants. He came into court. He waved to his family, his supporters in the audience. He conferred with his lawyers, put on a pair of glasses, and started reading some of the legal documents, some of the many, many legal documents that are involved in this case. But yeah, Sean Combs came from this jail where he's been for more than a year, and for at least a few hours today, he is looking the part of the Sean Combs of old, if not for the hair. Still the salt and pepper, not the black hair that we're used to.
Well, Mike Sisak, thank you very much. I know you have to go back into court. I know we're on a lunch break now, but that doesn't last very long. Thank you for joining us. And if you like the coverage that you're seeing, if you like the AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing, we have reporters on the ground all over the world bringing you stories and reporting. Please support us at apnews.com. Donate.
Now, with that being said, let the party begin. The judge can give you less than the guidelines, stay within them, or go for more guidelines. And remember, they have the option to appeal. If they feel there's a need to. Oh yeah, it's a lot of people. They ready and prepared. This is what it's about. I don't think it'll go on much longer. This will all be wrapped up within probably the next hour.
I don't think anybody else is coming. Sorry.
When people find out exactly what it is and what's going on, then you'll get a different response.
They're all going to speak over there, I'm assuming. They're all going to speak over there, I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah. Some people are heading back in early so they can get their seat back. I mean,
The money counter just ticking off in the brain. I have a taxi meter in my head. Just counting off the money.
Nah. Oh yeah, the Cash App works. Don't forget to click the Cash App button. I don't worry about the clowns. I don't worry about it.
So I've narrowed it down to 3 hotels, 4 hotels, 5 for the next vacation. Soon, hopefully next week. It is going to be all I can say. Gotta narrow down. 2 hotels are for me and my wife, but 2 hotels are for my guests. 2 is adult and 2 is for me. I haven't decided which one I'm gonna go to. Just gotta go. Anisha will have help.
Yeah. They got some lying male accuser coming up talking about. It's crazy. All these civil suits will get dismissed. Everybody saying, man, JT dropped a diss track on Cardi B. I'm like, for who? Yeah, they ready to do that, man. It's about time to get back to that courtroom. They know what it is. All them people in the back row, they know what it is. They know what it is. They know why everybody's here. They know the whole big rah, rah, rah. Let's get to it. Everybody's switching up on people, doing all this nonsense. People warring with each other over this trial and everything else.
Yeah, well, if you look at people like, for instance, I don't know who this JT chick was. And I'll listen to her song, but I never really think I heard her. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, now that everybody's getting ready to kick this back off, just ask yourself one question. Is it going to be worth it? What are these pillow biting niggas going to do now when the trial is over? And they got to talk about something else. All right. All right, we back. Let's get to it. Well, let's talk about the issue of acquitted conduct. The acquitted conduct ban is an example of the reasons why lawyers use caveats and qualify when speaking. When it's not complete ban or used in acquitted conduct at sentencing, that's when Congress is passing a law of legislators saying they spoke as if they were reenacting or a complete ban. However, the actual law is what's contained in the U.S. SG show and everything else about the acquittal. They say that in the actual law, the legislative, they keep speaking about it, but the conduct may not be considered if it's calculated in the sentence range under the guidelines. Also, if the acquitted conduct was used wholly or partially to reestablish or to establish a crime of conviction, it could be used both in calculating the sentence range and for the purpose of like selection. So that's where you keep hearing the 355A. So the moral of the story is the language of the laws should reflect what the lawmakers actually intended in this case, given the language of the ban. The caveats is very important. They are drastically reducing the impact of the ban. Congress probably did not intend for the 3553 to essentially neuter their highly touted acquitted conduct ban. They didn't think that this would be a situation that would come front line and center. Yeah, I took my micro nap so I can get ready for the trial. Yeah, it's called a power nap, baby. If y'all knew the kind of night I had, Yeah, we might have to do a Patreon talking about last night. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's what's what. Yeah, we waiting. We sitting here waiting. It's 2. Everybody should be back. I didn't gamble last night. What is you talking about? We did a Patreon live stream for the football game. And then we went out last night and it got crazy. Matter of fact, I didn't even check on that tire. Oh, yeah, I took a nap for like 15 minutes. Of course, I bet on the 49ers. If I don't wake up, I got to switch to somebody else. No, we're just waiting for them to kick it back off. Mm-mm-mm. They said, "Where is Trump when you need him?" Trump gonna come in with a pardon. Well, they gonna launch an appeal immediately if this don't go the way it's supposed to go. Okay, we're getting back to it. Finally, the break is over. And now we're getting back to what's happening. And Judge Steele says, "I am honored to be practiced in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner." Go ahead, Brian Steele. See, Brian Steele gonna tell you what it is. He ain't going for this fake garbage that these bums been sitting here perpetrating all goddamn day doing. Oh yeah. No, I don't do clickbait, sir. I just tell you like how it is. I'm not trying to clickbait you into nothing. You don't hear me going diabolical. Diddy's crushed by bad news. What they gonna be putting? Gee Willikers. No, not really. I don't waste time dealing with people who are in a circus. I just really don't. I didn't think I needed to go over the Hitman Holla beef. Well, journalism is not supposed to be a crime. Well, we're waiting on them to finish typing and getting everything situated to let us know what's going on in the courtroom. I know Gil happy he off the radar right now. Well, he's in California. Yeah, it's a whole different court system. Yeah, so Brian Steele just said like he's honored to practice in the majestic courthouse. He sit here with tears in his eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. And he says the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in 1970. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. Oh, we finna get the Diddy story now. Go ahead, Brian Steele. Yeah, Brian Steele finna lay it in thick. He says Sean Combs went to Howard, but he has another idea. He goes to work for a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than everyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in LA in a drive-by shooting. More trauma for Mr. Combs. Well, everybody want to talk about what is an essential plant, like people that are planted into this game to be something that there isn't. Well, when you look at all of the narratives in here, we're getting to the grease now. Oh, wow. Thank you. And Brian Steele comes in next and says, after he says his friend was shot in a drive-by shooting, he says, Sean is upset. He is trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and he gets addicted to painkillers. What he has given has been high from until 1920, well, not 19, but until 2024. You heard it at trial. He was medicated because his body was hurt, his emotions too. On occasions, he would hit women he loved. He loved Miss Ventura and have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. That's key and new. Yeah, normally the Mann Act is a fine, and you pay a penalty, you do a couple of years and a probation or something. You don't do real serious time like that. Yeah, I'm just waiting on them to print it up and type it. That's an interesting thing to say. We would have accepted the Mann Act, but they didn't offer it. That's pretty different from what everybody else was saying, right? Oh, 100%. Yeah, so him saying he would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone who has heard. He is now 12 months and 17 days in MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guards stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags, like chips and stuff. He lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area and a supposed bed. There are drugs there. They have not taken drugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. Told you. There are screams day and night. Hard to get sleep. Yep. So, I mean, hey, you got to understand this is one man doing all this typing out of court. Don't forget to hit the like button. The super chat work. The cash app is Carcito. Thousands of men go through this regularly. Yeah, so when they post it right out of the courtroom, we let you know. Well, a lot of people would gain a lot of points in that manner if that was the case. Yeah. You can exhaust a point. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's see where we at now. No, he's still there. So we still waiting on them to update. But yeah, he's talking about the conditions, man. Well, oh yeah. Yeah, they getting security ready. People are telling them we almost there. I told you about that water though. They selling drugs in there. You got to boil the water. Yeah, they talked about him having to live with the people and the polluted water. There's screams in day and night, right? Then they said, some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There's a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. So I think they got a guy on the phone. I think that's what they were trying to get. This Charles Scruggs guy, they want to get him on the phone. I guess he's part of Diddy's program. Mhm. Yeah, well, when you get there, you'll see. Hmm. They said October 6th, because Brian Steele is still speaking, but his is taking longer to get the information out because I guess they was talking to somebody on the phone. They was like, October 6th is not a speaking engagement. Is that the people realize there's a difference. He could speak about drugs and putting your hands on a woman. He could change people's lives. If it's not a speaking engagement, it is a healing. So this is what they're talking about on October the 6th. They say it's not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs and putting hands on women. He can change people's lives. It's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. So this thing he got scheduled for next week, which I don't know why would they even do something like that. You wait till the judge make a decision, but I guess it was going to be either over the phone or anything just to speak to the people so that they could hear his voice. So that speaking engagement they talking about, that's what they talking about right there. He's got some an arrangement with this Charles Grudge guy or whatever. Oh, 100%. But now that they're establishing a fact to it. Right. It's more clarity to what they're trying to paint the picture as. They're saying he's making plans. But Diddy has always done philanthropy. He's making plans, Your Honor. He's got the audacity to make plans. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, they getting more and more people in place because it's getting crazy. So when they talking about some of the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast and a leopard, that's not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. Yeah. This Charles Scruggs, he can speak. He is by the phone now. So I guess they talked to Charles Scruggs. And they said October 6th is about healing. And they said this is a voluntary sexual encounter consented by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This issue preclusion is double jeopardy, a due process violation. Woo! Talk that talk, Brian Steele. That's what I'm talking about. Double jeopardy, a due process violation. Yeah, there you go. Talk about the violations. All right, we're going to jump in here with Miss Shapiro. This is some bullshit. Now, no, most people don't feel that way. See, bullies don't get it until it's too late. Yeah, it's like ball bull. Remember on Mike Tyson's Punch Out? You got to time it when he do that ball bull punch. My cousin be whooping ball bull until he do that little running charge. I like punch him right in the damn stomach. What you doing? And he would always get knocked out there. It's a timed punch. I would tell people all the time, it's The ball bull punch and all that. It's all about timing. So that's what they doing. They set this whole lineup up, Diddy's whole defensive team, and they going down that lineup. It's all about timing. Yeah. I like that he said that. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is an issue preclusion of double jeopardy and due process violation. Talk that talk, Brian Steele. Right. The judge know damn well his mind is made up already. Right. All this talk don't mean nothing to the damn judge. We've been here about 4 hours, and this judge, shoot, damn near 5. The judge already know which way he is leaning in this case. Trust me. The judge is listening like, uh-huh. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sure thing. All right. Okay. Oh, yeah, no problem. And he gonna make his decision the way he gonna make it. Yep, now they starting to put security on the doors, so they're getting close to the end of the trial. So Brian Steele says, we asked Sean be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. He's not using drugs, addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. Woo! Civil rights leader. So Diddy is Martin Luther King now, in reverse. Diddy Luther King, baby. Dr. King gonna be. I wish everybody could be nonviolent. I wish all my people that was marching and fighting a fight with me could be nonviolent. But unfortunately, we got people that can't help themselves, and they got a very short temper. Diddy gonna be, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you, Dr. King. But you know, if somebody put their hands on me, you know, I'm gonna have to do what I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, bad boy. Yeah, let's go, Dr. King. We gotta liven everybody up. Hit it. The music would not be necessary when they start swinging the batons and putting the dogs on us. I suggest we turn the music down. Don't give them an excuse. Oh no, they love the music too. See, we just gotta make them dance, man. We gotta make them dance. I don't think that's a good idea. They're gonna make you dance when they whack you with the billy club. I just wish all my brothers could see that there's no answer in violence. You right. But if she right now take my stuff out this house, I'm gonna ram her head through the door. That ain't the answer, son. All right, yeah, you right. We're gonna do it your way. Yeah, praise the Lord. Cassie was a hot box. She go cheating with somebody. I'm over here with Kid Cudi. Look at me. I'm with a football player. Look at me. Hot. Slut bag. And they trying to paint and dress her up like she's something special. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said, we can now hear from the Reverend. He said, I'll personally be responsible for seeing him. The Reverend said, I will personally be responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I'm close with this. As Michael Jordan said, he's quoting Michael Jordan. These sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son puts them on, Sean needs an opportunity. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The Reverend is quoting a movie. Oh my God. Oh my God. The Reverend got up here and kicked it off. Oh my goodness. Did this Reverend come? I know. If I'm on the stand and I'm the judge, I'd have just fell out my chair. The damn, you should have got T.D. Jakes. Oh, this Reverend Donald, he came in. I'm going to be responsible for his whole thing. Hey, who was you? This guy just come out of nowhere. Dog, his opening statement is the craziest thing I've heard. He said, I will be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I'm close with this. As Michael Jordan said, did he misquote Michael Jordan didn't say this at all. Michael Jordan's mother said this. Hey, my man said it. Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son puts them on, that's a terrible analogy. I'm like, where is this reverend going? But this is gonna get wild. Hey, they need to do the hour. I'll take an hour of this, Reverend. Let's go, Reverend. Preach that sermon, Reverend. Let's go. I'm with it. I'm with it. Oh man. He got me on my feet. I heard the Rev, I had to get up. I said, oh no. Rev talking. It's on. It's on and popping. It is on and popping. Please give me more of the Rev. I need more of the Rev. Get me the Rev. I don't need to hear from nobody else but this Rev dog. They got Reverend Pimp Daddy up in here trying to tell everybody everything gonna be all right. Oh my goodness. When he said we can now hear from the Reverend. Brian still brought that Reverend in there. That was the craziest opening statement I have seen. His opening statement, I will personally be responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I'm close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers, but when my son puts them on, I was like, you quoting the Air movie? That was his mother saying that? Sean needs an opportunity. Please give me more of this Reverend. I can't wait till they type the rest of it because I know he's saying some crazy-ish right now. I need more of that Reverend. Get me the Reverend right now. This is the longest sentencing I've ever seen. I've seen serial killers quicker than this. I know, man. I told you this is like a concert. You done seen performances by everybody. The government kicked it off, throwing all kind of crazy stuff out there. He needs to do 11 years, Judge. They trying to retry the whole damn thing live in everybody's face. It's like, no, we already had a case. This trial is already over. Did you forget there was a trial and the people thought then the jury said they was lying? What you trying to do? Get the judge to supersede the damn jury? Oh, no, it was that judge. The judge did it for me. I needed him on the line. Oh, when this thing is over, we gonna really get cooking with some Crisco. All right, here come the Reverend again. The Reverend said, "You have been very honorable in this court." That's it from the Reverend. The Reverend only had 2 lines. He had the craziest opening statement in history. Then said, "You have been very honorable in this court." And then and then he comes in here and brings in Mr. Donaldson, Xavier Donaldson. It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I just want the record to be clear. Mr. Combs is not a pimp. Hey, man, Reverend Pimp Daddy only got a line. Reverend Pimp Daddy only got a line. Oh, no, you got to bring him back. I want Reverend Pimp Daddy. And man, it's like you brought Bishop Don Juan in. My man came in there. I'm like, dude, this was the line you dropped of Michael Jordan from a line you got all screwed up from the movie Air. Oh, good Lord. And it don't go to anything. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son puts them on, Sean needs an opportunity to put on a pair of Jordans. What you talking about? Hey, Reverend Pimp Daddy just messed up the whole trial. Man, I swear, that Reverend Pimp Daddy came in and messed up the whole trial. I've been like, I'm gone. So as I heard Reverend Pimp Daddy came up there and said something, I'd have been, I'm gone. But he damn sure confused the judge. That judge is like, I'm lost. Everybody lost. And they was like, oh my God. Sean needs an opportunity. You have been very honorable in this court. And he's like, next we have Mr. Donaldson. Oh my God. It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. And I want the record to be clear. Mr. Combs is not a pimp. Oh man, they closing this out crazy. He's not a pimp. Man, people are cracking up at Reverend Pimp Daddy, man. This whole thing has got everybody cracking up. He's like, can somebody finish the quote? Mike, they out here trying to use your quotes the wrong way. Mike, like, no. No. Welcome back. Oh man, dude, you must have been gone for a minute. Dude, I only took like a 10-minute nap, if that. I knew what time to get up. I said, well, let's do it. He said, man, you still live? Yeah, they still ain't did the trial yet. I mean, the sentence yet. They out here making some crazy statements. So Mr. Donaldson says here, they said here in the SDNY, we had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anything else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. Now, I don't know what this got to do with Diddy. I'm still confused on that, but yeah, I'm totally confused on that position. Oh no. Like everybody's been pretty much stuck the whole time around. And why more security is coming up is because they're getting to the conclusion of this. Now, Donaldson says here in the Southern District of New York, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anything else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. Now, let's see if the rest of the world agrees that the true Sean Combs came back. Pretty much. Yeah, we just waiting for him to update. But man, the biggest roar came from that reverend. When that reverend came in and messed up Michael Jordan's quote. That was almost as wild as Brian Steele saying this man is a civil rights leader. It's going down up in this courtroom. They taking some big swings, but putting that reverend up there, I'm thinking, is this reverend is going to really mean something? Yeah, they still waiting. There's a lot of commotion going on. So now Donaldson says, I spoke to the chief of police in Miami. I spoke to the superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said this is something different. Let's not close with this. He said, oh, let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show what we can do. Now, my buddy who is a lawyer has just hit me up. It popped up on my watch. He's been paying attention as well. Now, oh no, he said that a longer sentence should be thrown out. The government cited any presidents. They haven't really cited a president for a long sentence. Um, I don't need y'all to do anything. The judge made numerous errors during this trial, forming basis of appeal. No person has ever been imprisoned for arranging a prostitute for his willing girlfriend. That's never happened. That's what I'm saying. There's never been a case for this in U.S. history. Mm-hmm. Mr. Donaldson says we have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements. May he? This is the executive director of Reentry One. And they said, what is the gentleman's name? Giovanni. He said, I have a letter from the others. 1 minute is fine. So they're going to give this guy 1 minute to speak. He said, my name is Giovanni Serraris for Reentry One. We serve a couple of hundred people per year. I have read the letter to those impacted by the teachings and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Mm-hmm. What's the holdup? Well, they got to go through this process, and the people have to actually type it. They're in the courtroom. Mm-hmm. No, it's a lot of people that didn't see or understand what was going on, but I'm just waiting on them to get through typing what he's saying. Okay, he says, my name is Giovanni Serraris for Reentry One. We serve a couple of hundred people a year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teachings and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. And as a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. When a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operations that we work with. This dude is talking like he finna go way over the minute. Oh, yeah. Well, you have to do what you got to do. And in other words, I mean, this is the last swing. Well, they trying to say this guy was convicted of. He don't have to have the same charges as Diddy. Okay, the guy who's running the program don't have to be in there for trafficking. He was in there for non-violent crimes. Everybody wants Giovanni to shut up. It was like, we don't care. Shut up. They was like, the judge hates Diddy. They was like, Judge, this is Giovanni. Judge, we are eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities and need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. And the judge says, okay, thank you very much. Because he was about to go way over the line. They don't realize this judge has already made up his mind about a week ago. So that's it. The defense is done. They have they really stumbled near the end, but they got through it. I want to hear Reverend Pimp Daddy come up there some more. Is Richie okay? Check on him. We trying. We 5 hours in, bro. I had stuff to do today. Can't do that now. This is the day of Diddy. Took a 15-minute nap, and now we back at it playing with black magic. Man, I don't trust nothing that come out of her piss mouth self. So Diddy's lawyer says, it's getting late. I'll be brief. I started in Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started. John Jay He said, John Jay did a lot of studies. Domestic violence tend to They said it tends to some from childhood trauma. Doctors found that Sean has PTSD. He grew up without his father. His father was murdered when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how his father died. He picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address at Howard in 2024. I'm getting my buddy who's a lawyer just told me something right here. He says, Diddy will get a sentence of at least 5 years, I believe. Whether it's 1 year or 14 months, time served with probation being 3, it would all come out in months to about 5 years. But the U.S. Court of Appeals of the Second Circuit will throw out the conviction. It has a 7-6 split and has shifted to the conservative side. And they most likely will throw this out in the Court of Appeals. So they're saying that Diddy will be sentenced to about 5 years in total in amount of months. This lawyer, we haven't gotten there yet, but that's what he's saying that is going to happen. And he believes that's going to happen, and that the U.S. Court of Appeals will handle this in the Second Circuit. Now, granted, he's not on this case. He's watching this as we are. And, he's a lawyer, been a lawyer for about 30 years. So I think he knows a little bit about the law. Mm. Yeah, he says Diddy had PTSD. He grew up without his father. His father was murdered when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how the father died, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address at Howard in 2014. He found in the microfilm that how his father died, and a drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Salvic and Mr. Combs will have the last word. So they're going to let the prosecution come back up and start crying again, as Miss Salvic will go back up and still try to remind everybody about the case like it's still going on. So now they close with Diddy having PTSD and a depressive disorder, a major depressive disorder. Yeah, they're taking this all the way to the end of the damn day, damn near. Mm-mm. Yeah. So now we know what's happening. And oh yeah, well, the lawyers came around. They had brought in all of this paperwork. The U.S. Marshal had came in with all the sheets of paper. They was getting everything prepared for the day. And then Mark and Filio and Brian Steele was talking about who was going to go first, how they was going to do the order. Alexander Shapiro stood there with Nicole Westmoreland. The prosecutors were sitting in the front table, and Maureen Comey wasn't there. Then the judge clerk came in and said, "We ready to go? Are we ready to proceed?" He was like, who just went back in the holding cell? Did Diddy just go back there? They was like, yeah, we're waiting for him to come out. So they brought Diddy out about 10 o'clock this morning. They brought him in. He had his white shirt on. He had his papers in his hands. And he blew a kiss to the gallery where his mother is. Brian Steele was standing next to him, whispering in his ear. They all rose. And the case started right then and there. The U.S. versus Sean Combs. They said, do we have a signed order of forfeiture? He says, yes, I'm handling it. They say, first, I'll go over what they received in the pre-sentencing reports. And he said, I'll hear from the parties. So the defense replied on October the 2nd, a letter from Mr. Combs and the video defense playing here in the court. They said, I appreciate all the letters that they received, the government letters from Ms. Ventura and others. They appreciated them. And they said, we're going to submit a course evaluation for the MDC. They said, we don't have a copy. He was like, please give us one. So they said, Mia is no longer a witness, wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense bullying. No, because Mia was lying to the court, and she coming in there, it ain't going to mean anything because she was already proven to be a goddamn liar. But that's another story. They said, Savik said they think the defensive letter violated the judge's rules, and the judge didn't like the tone, and he said that shouldn't happen again. Well, I don't think it would happen again because this is the damn sentencing day. And they said, well, Still said, hey, the Reverend, we got Mr. Combs, we got some and the lawyers and the children. Other than that, it's just all lawyers. And they said, Giovanni is from the program, so he's not a lawyer, but he'll speak too. So the judge let everybody speak that they brought up. They didn't exclude anybody. So Salvik them going to bring them up. And then one thing the children should be brought up. She fought against having the kids speak. And they wanted to speak on behalf of their father. Why not? Now, as to the objections, he pretty much objected to everything that was brought up. I don't think he let any damn thing stand on either side. He was just an objection machine. But the 355 3A is what he's trying to stick with. saying that, nope, you can't get through that. Nobody's acquitting anything. We're staying on course. So by saying that they're staying on course, they start categorizing Mr. Cassie Ventura, the whole nine, going through that, saying that they were victims and they could be called a victim in the Black Laws Dictionary. Then Mr. Combs was paying for time, not sex. And that is contradicted by reality. He was not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilty for Throetic, including after the trial. As the judge is saying, Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible under the Second Circuit one-book rule. So they denied everything that they were pretty much bringing to the table. So they had a forfeiture order from Diddy, and Mr. Steele reviewed it. Tenney did. And they wanted to comply with an order and the judgment in this case. And everyone's going crazy. They raised questions about points that was being made. It was very extensive, 380 pages. They raised due process through fairness. The Justice Sotomayor, they believe the militant was for the interpretation, and to prove the court's 355-3. I wanted to preserve this appeal in case of the sentence, and the judge said it's preserved. So the PSR says that the offense level is 27, and they say, all right, they agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to a guidelines of 70 to 87 months. And they said, I'll hear from the government. So when they came through to hear from the government, then Ms. Salvik comes in with all this craziness about he did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. And that's what she's talking about. Then she basically doubles down and starts saying this is more than just a case of freak offs and hotel visits. Then she started bringing up cases that has absolutely nothing to do with it. Saying that Diddy admitted to violence. He had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth. Mia says she suffers from PTSD and anxiety. Jane made it clear about her scars, her anguish and trauma. Cassie is a victim. We're right back in the trial again. They even brought up Chef Jordan, how she wrote how she was impacted about what happened. Capricorn Clark said she was blacklisted when she spoke up. Deontay Nash, who said he has lasting damage, right? Wouldn't be from all the drugs. It would be because Diddy's don't like him. But okay. He downplays the abuse, calling it rare, but it's not rare. Cassie's testimony backs all that up. She goes in and starts saying he's blaming doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he's the victim. He choked Jane at 54 years old, knowing he was under investigation. Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of the public view. So your sentence could encourage and discourage abusers. We want at least 135 months necessary. So Driscoll came back, and Driscoll went in. Started saying these people made X amount of dollars, and he went over all these cases and saying, hey, we went over these cases, and I went over 900 cases, and none of them had anything to do with this. And he started breaking down the Dillon law and everything else they had. The John cases, 6 to 7 months. This guy said he wanted to make a mold of this girl's ussy after contacting the victim and telling her that. They said the rest of you ain't worth it. And the judge said, but there was no threat of violence in that case. And it was like, do you really need a threat of violence? If somebody threatened to make a mold of your ussy is not a threat? Okay, maybe it ain't. Now, they blame Diddy for having a drug addiction. And that's what they said. Miss Salvik just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. That was inappropriate. So they came after that and said Riggs got 24 months. All these other people who had heinous cases have gotten less time than Diddy. So Miss Westmoreland comes up there. She starts crying and she starts saying that this is, had an effect on her life. She weeps. She starts sobbing and said, there was revolt. He's a voice, a real voice for the people. He's trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in the neighborhood and how he's personally involved. He changed my life. I talk to him every day. Then Mr. Steele came in there, brings the kids up. Quincy's like, he's my father. He transformed and, he will not jeopardize his freedom again. He wishes to heal. Then Justin comes in and says, hey, I give you, as I give you my father's second chance, my father's my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every hour. Christian comes in and says, I'm the one who most resembles my pops. My mannerisms, my whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He's the greatest man in the world, my superhero. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twins that he has changed. My name is Jesse Combs. I'm 18 years old. And then she starts crying. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I wanted my mom. My name is Chance Combs. His daughter, he's changed. Sorry, he speaks with a clear mind. My name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Your Honor, please let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. Thank you all. This is important for me to hear. That's what the judge says. So Steele says, all right, they showed the Diddy movie. They came back. When the video was over, Steele started speaking and said, the Reverend Dr. Johnson is next. And that Reverend came up and they said, any more lawyers? He said, yeah. And they took that lunch break and they came back and the Reverend came back up there. He's like, I'm honored. Steele's like, I'm honored to be here in this majestic courtroom. Sean has affected American policies and all of this. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem. His mother had 3 jobs, moved to Mount Vernon. His best friend got killed in a drive-by shooting. He worked at a record company. Sean is upset. He's trying to break down barriers. He got an operation. He got addicted to painkillers that he was given. And from 2024, you heard it all at the trial. He was medicated because his body was hurt, emotions too. Then his family, has been going through things. He loved Miss Ventura, been with Sean and his family since I met him. He would have pled guilty to a Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. And I've been with Sean. He's prayed through healing, everything. He spent 12 months and 17 days in MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped the man with a shank. He's eating out of a bag of chips. He's living with 25 people in a room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There's drugs in there. He hasn't taken any drugs. There's a lot of violence. The water's polluted. He has to boil it. There are screams every day and night. So they had a guy, Charlie Scruggs, talk to him on the phone, somebody on the phone. Then October the 6th, they talking about the speaking engagement, how it's really nothing. They say, look, this is about healing. So the Reverend comes in. They say, now we can hear from the Reverend. The Reverend said, I will be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I'm close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son puts them on, Sean needs an opportunity. You have been very honorable in this court. Okay, thank you very much. They sit down, the Reverend. So now Mr. Donaldson comes in and starts talking about what Sean Diddy Combs has done and how the U.S. senators have been prosecuted in this place. And he spoke with the chief of police, superintendents, all vouching for the philanthropy work from Mr. Diddy Combs. So then he wanted to bring up Giovanni to explain the re-entry 1 plan that was scheduled for October the 6th. And they have all these letters from other ones. And they said 1 minute is fine. He talked about the plan and him being a former incarcerated person himself. He works with probation. He goes through all these different functions. And the judge said, well, thank you very much that you believe in Sean Combs. So Mr. Aquino was brief. He just started talking about domestic violence. He had PTSD. His father was murdered. He found out what happened. He picked it up at Howard in 2014. He found out that through a microfilm, what happened. And he's suffering from major depressive disorder, which brings us to where we at now. Then Miss Salvik is back saying that she wants to do this, right? And Diddy was going to have the last word. So Agnifino says, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he's gotten, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. We're proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, which is the root problem in this situation. Agnavino said, I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs has the last words. So Ms. Salvik said, going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited cases with the sentences of 135 months based on abuse, based on the Dylan Jordan's case. Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant continues crimes. Pimps controls their victims. That's what happened here. 1.4 million would be 90 some freak offs. That's where most of that's here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive texts, like he quoted, but this case has physical abuse on video. The defendant is a master puppeteer. His video has better production value than the Intercontinental Hotel video, but that shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. We asked for a significant sentence here. Thank you. Mr. Combs, can we take a comfort break? Back at 4. So they're coming back in 4 minutes, and Diddy is going to speak. Oh, yeah, it's getting hot. Diddy is up next. So you got a complete rundown of everything that happened in the trial in a courtroom today. Kids speaking, that crazy dude who made that Michael Jordan analysis. A one-man RICO should never sit right with any man. Nobody should ever have that. Oh, yeah, it's hot now. Because, see, they knew going into this was going to be the outcome. They knew going into this case that the biggest challenge that they were going to have as an obstacle was getting ready to prove to the judge all of this stuff that they got is legit for them to commit to having this type of time. I do think it was poorly timed for them to have that program set up on the 6th. I don't agree with them having that. I don't want to give the prosecution no leeway or an excuse to say he just doesn't show remorse or anything of that nature, like he think it's a joke and he's just going, he know he's getting out. And I don't even think it's a speaking engagement. So Diddy will address the judge and speak for the first time, really speak, instead of just saying, yes, Your Honor, I understand. He's going to actually talk to the judge himself. If I was Diddy and his team, I would have definitely expressed that it was both parties was violent in nature, from taking drugs and hitting each other. It's nothing but a relationship situation, a toxic relationship. Both of us were taking drugs. Both of us were violent on one another. In rare moments, it was violence in both relationships. I've never been in a violent relationship. Nah. If I feel like I got to hit you, then we don't need to be together. I'll let you go. I ain't trying to hold on to you. Diddy could show all the remorse in the world, and they still wouldn't give a damn. This judge's mind has been made up about a week ago. Yeah, they going for a comfort break. Mm-hmm. This person was like, "Why they didn't show a video of him on making the band?" I'm like, "A TV show? you want to show him something from a TV show that's scripted?" Shoot, if that's the case, every chick didn't threaten to kill me. Darren Irvin. He's like, well, Cino was definitely went to Diddy's party. No, not me. Hey, the Diddy man is about to speak. And when Diddy speak, it's gonna go down. So everybody's gearing up for what Diddy is gonna say. Man, everybody and their mama waiting to hear what Diddy got to say. What is you talking about? I can't believe it's just 3:00 here. I'm like, and I've been live for about 5-6 hours. I done took a 15-minute nap. Yeah, it's about 6-hour live stream. Mhm. Yeah, people got to know. Get on that midnight train to Georgia. Don't forget to join the Patreon because that's when it's really finna go down. All right, Diddy is up there with his white shirt on. Diddy says, he's standing at the defense table. He said, one of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. Go ahead, Diddy. Go ahead, Diddy. Diddy was like, yeah, I'm going to apologize to her and her family. That was me. I'd be like, don't apologize to that bitch. But no, you do what you got to do, Diddy. Hey, do what you got to do, Diddy. Right, Vince McMahon. Ain't no mentioning of him and all the stuff he did. So he starts right off apologizing to Cassie and taking responsibility for his actions. The Diddy man is right now, and they got people getting ready to line up around the doors. You don't film in federal court, only in a state court can you do that. You can see a sketch of him, but in federal court, they don't do that. Yeah, that was the first statement Diddy made. Yeah, I'm just waiting on them to post another one. That's all. Yes, we're doing this live, y'all. Live. Mm-hmm. So when Diddy said one of the hardest things he had to do was handle has been, having it been hard to be quiet and not express how I feel. He's sorry for his actions. He don't take it lightly. And he wanted to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. Then he says, I want to apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all of my businesses. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. Go ahead, Diddy. Go ahead, Diddy, man. Hey, Diddy pouring his heart out. Diddy pouring his heart out right now. Oh, woman, we don't need you. We got Diddy talking. I don't need you talking, lady. I got Diddy talking. Go ahead, Diddy. He'll be, I apologize. As soon as they let him go, okay, you can go home now. Let's go get that bitch. Get me up out of here. I'm just playing. Oh, man. Yeah, so now that all of this is hitting the fan, Diddy is really speaking for the very first time, and he's coming from his heart. So now he says, I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not a bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. Go ahead, Diddy. I need help, baby. I need some help. Mm-hmm. Oh, remember I told you there was things I wasn't going to talk about until this case was over. So that's why we're going to do it on the Patreon. That's why for everybody who signs up for the Casino for Life Patreon, make sure you sign up today. This is your day, bro. This is the time to get in. This is the day you've been waiting on. If you've been waiting to save up for a Patreon, this is the one. So Diddy says, I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I would never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story is not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. If Your Honor give me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your Honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for the not guilty. So that shut that mouthy bitch that was speaking from the government up right there. That Salvic. That shut her up. He is not taking responsibility for Kathy. I'm like, he ain't even spoke yet. You know he's speaking coming up. He has not taken responsibility. He ain't even say he's sorry, Judge. Judge, that's all lip service. I'll be like, can I just, before I stop hitting people, can I smack her real quick? Then I swear, you got me. I ain't gonna hit nobody else. Can I just smack this bitch right here? Please. Please, Your Honor, give me one. Give me one free pass. Let me take off. Give him one last slap. But what if they send him to 11 years? Shoot, did he be going around slapping all of them? He be slap, 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 slap. I'm slapping everybody. Diddy speech is impactful. This is the most powerful speech said. I'm like, man, this might go down what I had a dream. He says, I take full responsibility for my man act convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Woo! Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. No matter what anyone say, I know I am truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Diddy! That's what I'm saying, Diddy! Go ahead, Diddy! Go ahead, Diddy! Diddy, shut that shit down, man. That was perfection. Diddy said she shut that down with perfection. One of the hardest things I had to handle is being quiet and not able to express how I am truly sorry for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. I apologize to Jane for bringing you into this mess. I would like to apologize to the victims of domestic violence. I know that disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get help. I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story is not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. If Your Honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thanks to the jury, Your Honor, you gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. I take full responsibility for my man at conviction. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. No matter what anyone says, I know I'm truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Boom! Mic drop on them. Mic drop. The judge got to take 5-minute break. Judge, like, I need a 5-minute break. God damn. The judge had to take a 5-minute break. Diddy went out, man. Diddy went out the way you supposed to go. Diddy went out like a man. Hey, y'all can say what y'all want. All these suckers out here talking this Diddy shit. Look, I'm going to tell you right now. Say what you want. Diddy went out like a man. That's how a man go down. That's how a man take up all responsibilities. He shut that mouthy little tramp up that was speaking over there. That's Slavic. Shut up, mouthy ass, right up. He won't take responsibility, Your Honor. He didn't take no responsibility. He didn't get Your Honor. He still ain't said nothing to Casper, Your Honor. He still ain't said he's sorry, Your Honor. He ain't say he ain't got the chance to talk yet. Because you running your goddamn mouth. Why don't you shut up? You know he finna speak last. Let him talk. Then maybe he would. But we can't get there if you keep mouthing off. Why don't you shut the fuck up? Go back home to your little shitty apartment. The judge had to go pee. The judge got to go pee. Look at Sharon said, pipe down. Dang. Hey, she had to shut up. You can't talk if somebody else is talking. And like, how you gonna tell somebody they ain't said nothing, they ain't even get a chance to speak yet? And you know they scheduled to speak. And you talking about what they ain't said yet, and they ain't even been up there yet. That's like me saying LeBron James, man, he ain't even scored 21 points in the opening game. Maybe like they ain't played the opening game yet. Yeah, but he ain't scored 21 yet. It's like, well, he ain't had the chance he ain't had the chance to say that yet. Oh, it's going down now. It's the time is winding down. Hit the like button, y'all. Like it up. Like it up. Look at Richie hanging in there. Richie, you sweating, ain't you? You think Diddy gonna get you when he get out? Of course he's dragging this out. This is theater for them. This is the attention. This is what the Southern District of New York is all about. One of the most corrupt systems in the history of the universe.
Everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy party, so.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Oh, you know it. And you know it to be true. You know, it's been a case, you know, where you got weirdos like Tisha Tells, who's just weird for no reason. And because she got them fuck me eyes, everybody go, oh my God, look at her. She's so beautiful. But when you talk to her, you be like, can't stand you. I can't stand nothing you doing. I don't care. The way she act makes her ugly. Sorry, babe, you're ugly. Now, I told y'all, Diddy's Asian exes could be his downfall. Now, Gina spoke up for him. The other one got his baby. She ain't saying nothing for him. And the other Asian, the one that did him in, Jane. See, Jane connected the whole case for the Older Man Act. They came in there and got them in there. See, I was on top of this from the jump when I said this could be his downfall. These Asian exes. You're gonna have to you went completely Asian, and I told you this could be his downfall. When I made this thumbnail, way before anybody knew Jane was involved in this thing. Jane and Gina, remember, two of his Asians was on the list to testify. Right, I told you this could be his downfall because they loyal to the soil. But if they feel you crossed them and you dishonor them, you break honor. Honor, big deal. Where they from? They didn't snitch. Well, what's her name did, and she was getting her house paid for. That that Jane. Okay, they back. Judge Semeni said at the outset, I wanted to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct, but under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who have inspired community of color. We saw the video, the free game course in the MDC. The court hopes you will continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. Okay. A history of good works can't wash away the records in this case. You abuse these women. You use that abuse to get your way, freak offs in hotel tonight. The evidence of abuse is massive. I was sitting right here doing the testimony. Mm-hmm. They said this is called judge's discretion. He said, y'all learned something today. He talking about abuse. This is not a method of violence case. Yeah, I'm waiting on them to post something now. They're not done with the posting. This was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses is irreparably harm two women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. This is crazy. You plied them with drugs. Like they were all drug addicts. What are you talking about? Yeah, we're going as fast as they're typing when the judge is doing this whole thing, this whole breakdown. A significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again after Mrs. Ventura's civil suit was filed, after the video was public and the investigation started. You had a brutal hotel fight with Jane, punched her in the head. This dude is really, this judge is on some bullshit. I knew he was a plant. Didn't I tell you, his mind was already made up. His mind was already made up. This was 6 hours wasted. His mind was already made up. I told you. They got Judge Sobranovan over another case with Rock Nation. I'm telling you, these people here are doing a hit job on black billionaires. Yeah, this has been wild, man. Jane says he told her, take this pill. Go out there and suck this dick. F him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this will not happen again. The court has considered the programs that are outweighed by the trial in this case. Exploitation of violence against women must be met with real accountability. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months will be more than necessary. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? File an appeal immediately. This is bullshit. Are you kidding me? This judge act like they didn't win the case at all. This has never been done in the history of mankind. No, that can't be. The judge said a sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even with probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that, but 14 months time served would not be sufficient. Get with the sentence, motherfucker. At this point, this is crazy. That is the craziest thing I've seen. This is a public lynching of a black man. Here, the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all the relevant factors, the court determines that a sentence is 50 months of incarceration. $50 months of incarceration. So that's exactly what the lawyer, remember I told you what the lawyer said? So he got 50 months, 4 years, 4 to 5 years. Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you? Four to 5 years. $50 months. Now, what's gonna happen? What the lawyer just told y'all. What I tell y'all the lawyer said. The lawyer said they're gonna fine him for 5 years and he's gonna appeal and get it thrown out in the Second Court of Appeals, in the Second Circuit. They're gonna go to Second Circuit Court and appeal, and it will be thrown out. Diddy is not doing 5 years. He's not doing no 4 to 5 years. That's out. They go in the Second Circuit Court. The lawyer told me this an hour ago. Remember I told y'all here in this chat that was going to happen. They going to appeal. Now, they said, any recommendations? We're here to serve the sentence. And Mr. Agnifino says, can we get back to you by Monday now that we know that there is a sentence? He says, yes. The court determined 50 months of incarceration. So that's even crazy. Well, this happened just like the lawyer said. Because I told you he wasn't coming home today. That wasn't happening. But I felt like he would be home in a couple months and then they'll do probation. Nope. They wanted to make an example of Diddy. But now what's going to end up happening, he's going to go to Second Courts of Appeals and get this thing taken care of. If it was 11 years, we should be burning the streets. Because now they playing in your face. Shouts out to Too Raw for TV. This was a travesty, a complete travesty right now. We'll go back and read what the judge said. Judge Sumerian says at the offset, I wanted you to understand, Mr. Combs, you're not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. Yes, you are. Pretty much. But you're sentencing him for something he was never charged with. But under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you're a self-made artist who've inspired community of color. We saw the video, the free game course in the MDC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. A history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You abused these women. You used that abuse to get your way. Freak offs and hotel nights. The evidence of abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. This was subligation. This is the reality of what happened. These offenses are irrevocable harm to two women. You supplied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. A significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again after Mrs. Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public and investigation started. You had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Jane says he told her, take this pill, go out there and suck this dick. Fuck him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are not outweighed by the trial record in this case. Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months time served would not be sufficient. The data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. Any recommendations to serve this sentence? Mark Affilio said, can we get back to you by Monday, now that we know that there is a sentence? Yes. The whole world is stunned. And the court opposes a fine of $500,000 to defray the cost of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is a forfeiture as it's reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and an assessment of $200. The judge, I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say we heard you. Bullshit. Hold on. It was forced? Did you not read those text messages, motherfucker? How was it forced? How was it forced? When somebody sent a text saying, I'm always ready to freak off. When she was the one doing freak offs, Jane was doing freak offs on her own and setting them up. Did you listen to the damn workers on YouTube? She was all for it. She was all into it. She was calling them up. Forced. And you quoting these damn people that came on the stand and lied. You are an incompetent judge and you a plant. They put your punk ass on the goddamn stand because they knew you was going to do that. Be a punk. You ain't even need. We wasted 6-7 hours to listen to your punk ass goddamn sentence. You a punk. And the reason why that sentence came out the way it did, because they did that themselves. You let the government say, this is the sentence we apply. You go out there and say it. You ain't give a damn about, you ain't listening to no programs. You don't care what the kids said. You ain't give a damn. You came in there already programmed to say what you said because everything you said was a bunch of bullshit. You didn't even take in the fact that both of the women said they were violent to him also. So they were all doing drugs without him. He didn't get them started on drugs. They just started doing drugs when they got to Diddy. Bullshit. You are incompetent judge and need to be voted out of office and removed. Every single body in there right now, whoever is in the New York City state lines, vote these people out of office. They are hazardous to black men. Get their ass out. As soon as the election come up, vote. Go out and vote and get these people up out of there because they're not following the case. This dude has violated everything. We're going to pack your ass up and send you back to fucking India, where you belong. 50 months. You insane. You are insane. You done lost your damn mind. 50 months. Wait till all right, yeah, I got to go on Patreon and do this because I got to go off. I got to go off. So I'm gonna go live on Patreon right now. So yeah, I'm going live on the Patreon. I can't take this. YouTube gonna shut me down. So let me go ahead and get to the Patreon and go live. So everybody on the Patreon, I'm going live. Hold on.